Hello, everyone. Good evening. Hi, Citrona. Thank you for being first. Hello, Toad. Happy Saturday, everyone. I hope everyone's doing well. Hope that everyone is having a good start to their weekend. I don't know what I should even start talking about. But thank you, Friendos, for answering the icebreaker so far. Tonight's icebreaker is about how you sleep, and that's kind of like, do you sleep in a consistent pose? Do you roll around? Do you need multiple blankets? Do you have a ritual before you go to sleep? Are you a light or heavy sleeper? That sort of thing. According to Citrona, Sally rolls them over in their sleep to lay on their stomach. I find that amazing. And then Toad says they tend to stick their feet out of the covers unless it's cold because their feet get hot easily. Out the side, apparently. Can you imagine someone willingly sleeping like they have a blanket that's too small? Hmm. I've not blanket, but I've slept on beds that are too small. Bed sizes. Let me review this really quick. I guess it'd be specifically like US bed sizes, right? Where do I like find this? Where am I? I've slept on like, so I've slept on, okay. So my bed at home is a full size. And then during my time in university, both between dorms and apartments, I slept on twin beds and then also twin XL beds. And I think the only thing different between twin and twin XL is that apparently, according to Wikipedia, the twin XL gives you 5 extra inches of length. So for the record, hypothetically, that does fit. I think that is supposed to hypothetically accommodate my height. But I think when you put a pillow on and your head is obviously going to be centered to the pillow, you're not actually fitting in the frame of the so-called 74 to 79 inches. So in my experience, these mattress sizes are very like, my feet will very slightly go off the bottom edge, basically. um, I honestly don't remember how I used to sleep. Um, because of that necessarily. If I like really tried to tuck my pillow far up the mattress as I could, because I also, I mean, I have is it called a headboard? Headboard? Yeah, I have a headboard on my bed here at home, but um, I don't like the idea of my head being that close to the headboard. And in the dorms, the equivalent would be my head being close to the desks because for like the cheaper dorms it'd be like you'd have lofted beds. Sometimes the lofted bed, one of them would have a desk underneath, or you'd have, so okay, one of the layouts I had in the dorms for my university was you'd have um so let's draw it since we're here. I'll draw it really quick. uh so you'd have I guess it doesn't really matter what brush I used. You have your room. So here's like the door. It opens out like this, right? Does it have? Maybe it opens in. It opens in. Sorry, I'm stupid. It opens in this way. Ooh, look at that lopsided door. Ooh, liquefy tool. Uh, okay. So it opens in, and so you'd have just enough walkway room that the middle walkway is like a bit wider. I would say a bit wider than the width that the desks and the bed take up. So it would be like this, and I'm hearing Discord notifications. Why? I think Discord is not automatically recognizing when OBS is on, and instead is just showing it as an app on my thing for some reason. Discord is being weird. Anyway, streamer mode is on. So on this, so we'd have like, okay, I don't know how long the bed should be, but this is like the bed. And then I would say like half of this would be like the desk. And then it'd be a similar thing here. Bed. And then you have desk. So this room layout is for 3 roommates. I think it's one of the cheapest possible dorm room layouts that you can get. So, let me center this on my canvas. So, if I remember correctly, this one is a normal double bunk bed, and then this one is a lofted bunk bed. So this one is, actual bunk, actual. That C is so tiny. Bunk bed, and this one is a lofted bed. So, normally what that means is, so this is there's a top and bottom to the bunk bed, and the lofted bed is just, it's only the top of the bunk bed, so there's room underneath, and there's usually, normally, commonly, a desk underneath, and probably usually in the other space beneath the lofted bed would be a small cabinet. Um, Along with that, I actually have to move this back a little further, because there's a little entranceway here, Um, there's like barely enough room here. I don't remember if the bed was fully flush like this, but there's barely enough room here, like this, so that you can access closets here and here on both sides. And this would be it. This would be like the room's dimensions, basically. I think the middle aisle might actually be a bit longer or wider than what I am depicting here. But this is what like the one of the dorm setups I remember being like back in university. I think both of my dorm setups were like this actually. I didn't really change the dorm type because I did not want to spend more money than necessary on getting a nicer room, more so than getting enough meal swipes. um, Yay, meal swipes, yay! But yeah, um, I don't remember if I like slept on my side or anything because I'm not a side sleeper and it would be a lot easier to do like fetal position pose for sleeping, and stuff like that. I'm usually just, at least now, I'm just like log, um, coffin pose. My arms. I think it's very occasional that I'll be in some weird position, but I think it really depends, and it's also really dependent on if I'm dreaming or not. But otherwise, I'm usually just log. I just lie there and sleep. So yeah, um, I can't say. Um, Again, I can't really say for sure what sleeping was like in these, but I definitely remember I had to like tuck in my legs a little bit, maybe. What a fun thing to remember. Not really. Anyway, um, let's do some world building drawing, shall we? I know last stream I was supposed to stream on Thursday, but then I got roped in. Okay, well, I did actually. I'm gonna blame it all on Citrona. Citrona asked if Mika and I wanted to watch Conclave because Citrona was recommending it. Um, and it was more spontaneously on like Wednesday night, but then Mika was actually busy, and Mika said they would be available Thursday evening. And I was like, I don't know when Mika's going to be next available necessarily. So I decided to opt out of streaming Thursday so we could do Conclave and some more TTRPG workshopping. Um, so hooray, fun, yay, Conclave, stuff. Anyway, from our last art stream, which was then Tuesday, I started working on the new reference sheet for me because it's been like 2 years. I don't have an actual reference sheet for Bonnie. I also need to decrease the size of the hands because I realize it probably will work better with a human head reference. Anyway, um, wahoo. Honestly, the only changes I really made off stream were changing the names of the races because I immediately changed the name of all the human races again before posting Weiss's, and I was like, ha 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 ha, Lamau. Um, so you can see here, if I open up Weiss's reference sheet, I changed the race name. I was using more religious terms, but then I also thought back to like some of the timelining stuff and how some stuff works in my world building, and I was like, these terms will still probably be actively used in religion, / these religions will still actually exist. I'm going to leave it be and not ad- adopt or appropriate these terms, basically. Um, yeah. And hopefully I don't change my mind in the future because it's on the reference sheets. um Anyway, tonight we're not continuing the reference sheet, even though I'd love to. Hi, Weiss. As much as I think it'd be great to, and I should. What I'm going to do instead, there's naked cat OC, is I'm going to... Do I have anything cute? Here, you can look at Slug Love in the corner. Tonight, I want to do some outfit workshopping, and that's specifically like combat outfits, which I'm sure can go in many different ways and can be interpreted in many different ways too, especially for a more slightly modern setting where it would make sense for people to be wearing armor of some sort. And this isn't like medieval armor necessarily, but more like, you know, like military army forces armor. And then there's other directions that you could be taking with it. And that's a lot of things to think about and figure out. So first of all, I'm gonna get my canvas ready. I don't know if I should actually have a pomodoro on tonight, but it's there. No, we're gonna use it. um, we'll be doing the Pomodoro method as usual. If you'd like to work alongside us, please feel free to. If you have art or coding or TTRPG character profiling to do, or napping, or research or reading or coding or cleaning, feel free to work alongside us and use the Pomodoro timer to kind of help guide you. I will probably be disobeying the timer every so often. That tends to be a normal thing now. I'll go ahead and get things started and kind of just talk through stuff. Citrona, you're not going back to sleep. Drags you out of bed. You ain't going anywhere. Sleep denied. So for outfit for fighters in my world building, well, there's a lot of terminology that I need to like put into some sort of like just Tumblr post to talk about it. I'm gonna download this photo. Hello, silly little religious people. Do I have a clothing? I do. I have a folder for clothing. Okay, let's put Catholicism as a folder. Okay, this is going to be very loose, but I will work with this regardless. So for operators in my world building, operators being the people that fight against crowns in my world building. Short operators is one of the short terms. Actually, operators is... I wonder if there's like... Okay. I know there's like nim as a suffix, so I guess it's more... What words do I need? What nim am I looking for here? Anachronym. A word used in an anachronistic way. No, okay. Allonym. A lithonym is the true name of a person. Wow, okay. Affectonym, a term that expresses affection. Okay. Dendronym, a name for a tree. Okay. I'm trying to look for like the term that it would be for like... So operators is one word of the two actual words for the government or the federal and international designation of psychokinetic individuals that are licensed with the government in either civic and or military licenses. There you go. Do I say? Okay, it's civil, not civic, civil and military licenses. Their full term of designation is psi-somatic operator. Psi-somatic, coming from psi, as in the psi, and then somatic. So psi refers to the current modern day understanding of what I have talked about previously regarding my world building as Starbase. Psi is the source of medic energy and is it's not necessarily the collective psyche, more so than it responding to the collective psyche of humanity. But it is an energy source. So that is energy source actually could probably be inaccurate too. Anyway, so that's what the psi is referring to. So PSI, and then somatic refers to soma, as in using the body or facilitating through the body. So basically conducting psychic energy, making perturbations in the psi to conduct psychic phenomenon. And so operators is one of the short terms for this because it cuts off psi-somatic. And then a colloquial, really short term is PsyOps, which is just PSIOPS or PSIOP, singular PsyOp. So trying to figure out if there's a term for when it's just cutting off one word. There's, I feel like I'm going to go through like so many onym words. Anonym, anonymous, antonyms. Term for using only part of word as the term. Neologism. Logism? Coinage? I don't... Not blending word. Boycott is from Charles Boycott. Oh. Okay, well, what am I... Term for when portmanteau, IEB. No, not a portmanteau. No, that's not what I'm looking for. It's specifically when you're... So the full term is psi-somatic operator, but I'm looking for the term when you're not using that full term, but instead part of it, which is just operator. Psi-op would be the portmanteau, but I'm looking for the proper term, which I don't know if there is for when you use only part of that official term. It's kind of like how you're supposed to call Adobe Photoshop, but people just say Photoshop and then start using Photoshop as a verb, which is technically incorrect by Adobe brand standards. But it's not exactly that, but it's like adjacent to that. And unfortunately, I do not know how to word this on a Google search to make this work. Term for using only part of a word. I think this is for phrases, this specific. Actually, this term says ellipsis, and this might be... But is this... An apod... Hold on. An apod... No, that's not it. Okay. Okay, ellipsis in linguistics. But this one is talking about a clause. That's not a... Oh, okay, clipping. Wow, I see you're on mobile. And clipping, called truncation or shortening, is word formation by removing some segments of an existing word to create a diminutive word or a clipped compound. Clipping would align with psyop because I guess you get a clipped compound by doing clipping on both words of psysomatic operator, but then is there a linguistic term for this? Yes, I read the compound section. That's why I mentioned compounds, but that's not that's not it. That's still technically not what it is. Clip compounds applies for psyop, but not using one word of a two-word term. This is a really weird linguistic term to try to search up. Hi Milo, hello. Oh my god, okay. I have nothing to say, but I will hide it and stretch at least. Is it even like a term? Like it would make sense to use operator by itself anyway, but the implication would usually be there's a context to it, which is a psychosomatic operator, which means someone with psychokinetic powers, which is licensed with the government. But then I'm trying to think if there's any equivalent phrase or like words that apply in the same way to like get tonight to maybe like search it up as an example to try to find a linguistic term for it. I'm not gonna do squats. It is warm in my room. Thank you very much. I am literally sweating here, just sitting here at my desk. What is like? Is there an example term for people saying Photoshop instead of Adobe Photoshop? But that's such a bad example. That's not like the right term. Yeah, it's more like a chapstick situation, but that's like the only way I can describe it so far is that it's turning part of the word into the more common usage of it instead of people using the full phrase. But I can't think of a non-brand dictionarization thing, if that makes sense. Term for when people say camera instead of digital camera? You're onto something? Maybe I should say linguistic term. Linguistic term, please. I can't believe I'm spending like my first pomodoro doing this. Yeah, it's like part for the whole, you know? I really feel like there's an example out there. I just can't think of it. For a term that's for short. Slang is short for short language? Is it just slang? it just but slang doesn't seem right. Synecdoche? Synecdoche. I haven't heard that in like a while. Type of metonymy. Common English synecdoches include suits for businessmen, wheels for automobile, and boots for soldiers. This is like on the right track, but this is more metaphorical in a sense. So it might just be slang is probably what I'm looking for. Because I don't think it's any sort of metonymy, honestly. I think slang might just be best. So there's just slang, short language form, and then there's the term that Citrona brought up, which is a clipped compound. Can you do a double clipped compound? Yes, because sci-fi. Okay, yeah, okay, of course. And clipped compound for psyop, and then the other for operator, just saying operator is just slang. Hmm, 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 hmm. 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 No. Looking for ways slang is formed, but you don't want to download any of these PDFs. It's fine. What's a two-word thing called? It's not a compound word, my dude. I'm thinking it is just slang because technically its isomatic operator is an adjective with a noun, but that together forms an actual proper term that is used. Okay, so anyway, we went really far off the road talking about that. The point is, isomatic operators, uniforms, a lot of religion as a historical background. Thus, I'm going to be looking vaguely at Catholic wear. Catholic wear as a way to kind of work on some of the outfit designs. And I have like some envision, but we're gonna like develop it further. So first thing that we're going to throw in is, can you make me a new folder please, is ref images. I need this photo of people wearing, what are they wearing? Cassocks, but they're specifically wearing, these are the lacy ones, those are the lacy under the rochettes. Rochet? I'm really tempted to say this in like French instead. Anyway, it's the Rocher. Rocher? That's what I'm talking about, Toad. The lacy thing is called a rochette, rocher. In France, it's rocher. In Italian, it's rocchetto. In Spanish, it's roquete. You can tell because it has the lacy ornaments on it. That's usually how you can tell that it's rot. This there's an English pronunciation, or what I'm assuming is IPA for English, but I don't like it because it doesn't match any of these romantic languages, and I kind of hate it. This is worn with a cassock. I think they're wearing, is that a mozzetta? It's not a, yeah, it's not a pellegrina, but that is a mozzetta. Anyway, we're looking at this. Also, I need to pull up the website Citrona threw us with, and because Citrona was like, oh my god, why don't we why don't we buy clergy apparel? And I was like, Citrona, why? Why? Okay, I'm pleasantly surprised it's actually asking for the color of the trim, considering that specific colors are very specifically. Oh my god, this is transparent. Okay, sorry, that is amazing me. Wait, actually, I should just save it so I can actually. I think I can convert it to a smart object in this. From what I learned recently, it's in layer, convert layer, image material layer. I find really cool that I can do that, and now I can just kind of like woo, woo. Buying the cassock for fun was an afterthought. You do want a clergy cloak. Gonna try and marry someone. Officiate the marriage. Can you legally officiate your own marriage? Are you allowed to get married? I feel like you can. I'm sorry, that was a bad question. All I know is that there's consummation, and I think that's kind of weird, but we don't need to necessarily talk about that. Unfortunately, with learning the terms, that's only kind of vaguely as far as I got because I know there's some specifics as to who can wear what, obviously with colors and stuff, and that also applies to the little hats that they wear, which I think it's listed on here. The zucchetto. Let's see. Should we deep dive the vows Catholic priests have to make to become one? I did learn about the sacraments by accident. um, why did I learn about the sacraments? Oh, it's because I was looking at the cassocks earlier today, obviously, and because I actually did want to research it after conclave because I was like, yeah, this would be great research to do, and then I was like, okay, let me just look up the Catholic Church. And then I learned that Vatican City is a state, which basically means it's a country. And I was like, okay. And then I took a look at like stuff like the sacraments and then the creed. And then I looked at all of this and I was like, Catholicism will most likely still be in this world building, but because I really drastically changed how Christianity works by erasing Christianity right when it first started, and then introduce a different religion, I have to drastically change what Catholicism is supposed to be. Realistically, I'm sure a lot of it will be the same, but a lot of the essential teachings and scriptures and the history of stuff in like the Bible, basically, of my world building will be very different. And I was like, it's really difficult. It also makes it really difficult that anything about Jesus Christ is now not applicable to my world. So I ran into a problem when I was reading the sacraments because one of it was the Eucharist. The Eucharist also kind of comes up because I was in my recent TTRPG testing with Citrona and Mika. One of the things I don't remember if it was Citrona or Mika, but one of them was like, oh, so for this object, I want it to be the mannequins in this department store are posed like they're doing the Eucharist, and I was like, the what? I was like, I okay. So yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do with this whole religion rewriting thing, if I'm being honest. Catholicism is all about the middleman and guilt and ostentatious places of worship. I think the ostentatious places of worship comes because they did. Okay, I don't want to say they did colonialism, but it was a big part of it. Or well, it's hard to divide it from that. Oh my god, my YouTube music is being such an ass. Okay, I'm listening to music, my dude. Whatever. Vatican needs to be bigger. Italy conquered everything but Vatican City. I did see that. I saw like the Lateran Treaty and stuff that made Vatican City its own thing. And there's something about the papal states or whatever. And I was like, okay, this technically should go in my world building history, but alas. One time you accidentally received the Eucharist before you had First Communion, and your grandma got pressed about it. Oh, okay, I only vaguely read the sacraments. I just know there's baptism, and then there's like the Eucharist, and then I think there's like matrimony, like the later ones or whatever. And that's unfortunately all I remember. I know, yeah, I know there's seven. I just don't remember what seven is such a weird number. Seven sins, Mary seven sorrows, the seven sacraments. 777. Not in my world building. Okay, I know it's break time, but I need to start working. Drafting, yay! Let's start drafting some clothes. Ha ha ha. I feel like I need to draw like a mannequin or like a body to draw this on though. So I'm gonna draw a body, or a faux mannequin. I guess I don't really need that preview on. My phone is charging also, so I am going to be a little bad at reading chat occasionally. But yeah, I'm just like, okay, so Jesus Christ was like the Messiah, and Jesus Christ was like, be good people, so that when the day of judgment comes, you can go to heaven, right? That may be an oversimplification, but that's kind of core from what I'm understanding from an anthropological standpoint of how this bleeds into the rest of the religion, the denominations, foundationally, because all the denominations differ. um, that, and also just the general. You don't think he was really explicitly urging people to be good so they can go to heaven? He was just vibing and hoping people caught on to the vibe. Okay. So like where so where does the Messiah thing explicitly come in? Because it does make sense because there's nothing. Where does it start? Mother Mary is told by Archangel Gabriel, you're gonna get fucking pregnant. Mary's like, okay, that happens. I don't remember. I feel like I would remember the story because of me reading through Mother Mary's Seven Sorrows, but something. Why does he get arrested? Hold on, my brain immediately got confused. Why does he get arrested and crucified? What happened? For being. Okay, so religious. What's the term? When you like. You're arresting someone, but like in a general sense, not like law legislation arrest, but like you're arresting someone for being Jewish. What is the term for arresting them? Fuck. I'm so bad at words right now. Like it's it's commonly used though for like as a term for like towards minorities. I think like you're discriminating. No, picking on them, not rounding up. No, it's just not detaining. It's I love this is great. Okay, awesome. Uh, to okay, define arrest. Apprehend? No, it's like when you're term for when you're arresting someone because of discrimination. It's not racial profiling, but it's not hate crime. Stop. Not looking for this phrase. Stop it. I'm not looking for profiling either. No, I'm not looking for like. It's more like it's just a general word that's used, not like a not like an official proper noun term thing. When you're picked on. Do I have to put linguistic term or something like hello? Define discriminate. What is it? I love. Okay. Love being confused about this. Good to bother me. I didn't draw my mannequin. I hate myself so much. Okay. Anyway, get your head. We're gonna do a human head because I have not practiced drawing enough furries, which I really need to also conceptually. I want to say, maybe it's like Roundup. Maybe it's similar to Roundup specifically. Define Roundup. But in like a bad way, like synonym of Roundup, but with negative connotation, obviously. You know, it'd be really bad if the word I was thinking of wasn't a word that existed. Persecution. The word is persecution. Persecuted for being Jewish. That's what it was. Okay. The act of persecuting. Yeah, but that's in tandem with arresting someone usually. Or like when I mean arrest specifically in this circumstances because they're specifically it's a targeted type of persecution because they're discriminating against Jesus Christ. And so the term persecution is often used for hate crimes and discriminatory behavior towards minorities. For lack of better wording, because I'm losing my wording. Okay. The Romans were after him or something, and Judas snitched. Okay. Ethno-religious. Okay. So this is just like a so racist persecution of Jesus Christ. And then the fixation, and Mother Mary was like, oh my god, I had to bury my son. I don't think that's the seventh one. Or was the seventh one when she leaves the cross? One of them is burying her son, but that may be not the seventh one. That's not the last one. The Romans were just dragged into it. Okay, let's not complicate this any further before this turns into a world history lesson. Which, as much as I like world history, that's going to make this detract from what I'm trying to figure out here. We're trying to talk about why Christianity formed and what the point of it is. And I don't mean from an anthropological point of view, because I understand that generally well enough in regards to why religion persists, but I mean more on like a what is there any difference? Did Christianity just develop as like the typical other religions would? Superstitious beliefs into an upper being to try to explain phenomena that they think is supernatural. Pretty much. Great. Awesome. Cool. I hate religion. Great. Can y'all be a little more special, please? Please. I hate anthropology. Every day it's humanity is a cycle. Humanity is a cycle, and it's either in a good or a bad way. Grumble, grumble. Anyway, I'm not actually mad about it, but this is just like, okay. At this point, what am I supposed to do? I hate religion for different reasons that do not revolve around anthropology. That is more of a hate religion for the same reason that a lot of queer people might. Protestantism is just Catholicism, 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 Catholicism with less steps and no riz. I'm not going to ask. The only thing about that statement that tells me anything is the less steps part. I'm going to ignore the riz part because that is not. I'm going to. I will not care enough about it. I will not. No matter how ridiculous that is as a term. Oh, youngsters nowadays. Martin Luther got tired of the church and made his own version, basically. Okay. I understand denominations. Briefly reading on Wikipedia, it makes sense to me. Just as the same way all peoples had their own interpretations of what they thought was supernatural phenomena / divine presence. What I assume to be schisms and denominations form from people's interpretations of original scriptures and stuff differently. Now 50% off. Okay. Sorry, Toad. We're here to dissect anthropology. And sometimes that means getting into the nitty-gritty of things. You wish you still had your human geotext, but you'd probably try to pawn that off onto me. You're a Catholic poser because you don't think you've ever read the actual. I don't think. Sorry. Let me start by saying. Let me not start by saying that. That's a lot ruder to say. How do I word this correctly? um. Currently, my brain wants me to say you are a ghost. You are a Catholic ghost. And I'm going to stick with that until I can think of a better way to word this right now. Because I know we've talked about this before. I think you've like talked about this and like, you're not like, I don't think you'd be talking to us. I don't think you'd ever be here if you were like severely Catholic, probably. But then again, who is? A lot of people, but that's not my point. um, I don't think poser is the right term, more so than it is. You're a Catholic hobbyist. I think that might be the best way to word it. You're a Catholic by hobby? Liminal Catholic is also a way to word it, yes. I think Catholic hobbyist might be the best way for me to understand it. A main issue that formed Protestantism was the issue of national power versus the power of Rome. Actually, the battle with the Ottoman Empire was critical since it occupied the armies of the Holy Roman Empire, so they couldn't squelch German Protestant cities right away. Siege of Catholic appropriator. Citrona, you're not Catholic appropriating. I am right now. I would like to say. Actually, I'm not the first to do this because the Japanese school uniforms for males are based on the cassocks. So, therefore. Anyway. I will say it is pretty. Okay, well, I don't think fun as in fun, but it's fascinating to like. Religion is everywhere. You know, I think we know this, but it's interesting to think of it as like like when you get into the really nitty gritty of it, thinking of how religion is a catalyst. Even today in a society world that's a lot more fucking secular, there's like, I mean, you know, the Pope and stuff. The Catholic Church is still a big thing, and I think that's really fascinating from a God point of view, from a detached point of view as someone who writes worlds, appreciates worlds, and studies story writing, I guess, should be the way I should word it, right? I think this upper torso is a little too tilted. Did I ever mention on stream that after my world's Roman Empire split, the Italian section remained, or whatever was probably supposed to be the Ottoman Empire, and I called it the Straight Empire? Fun fact for you. You're welcome. I think this needs to be moved forward. This doesn't need to be a perfect mannequin. I just need it to exist so I can dress it up Barbie style. Or what is the dress up game in Roblox? Do people still play that? Is that just a trend? I don't think it's just a trend. I'm sure it's not. Dress to impress, thank you. We should go to mass for research. I'm gonna... Okay, I'm not... The reason why I wouldn't want to is mass like the Sunday church session thing. Sorry, I do genuinely want to deep dive into this so I can properly write religion into the world, even though I'm probably not going to ever talk about it in the fucking world building. Other than this happens, and this is the reason why this and this happens. But the only reason why I would be like, I you want to go to church is because it's going to be really awkward because one, I'm not part of the denomination or the religion in general. And then what if someone comes up to me and is like, hey, you, what's okay, this is a really, really bad oversimplification, but what if someone comes up to me and is like, hey, you, what's your favorite Bible verse? And I'm like, the, the one where Jesus Christ is crucified, you know? Like, I know literally nothing other than other than conceptually what this religion is and understanding it from an anthropological point of view. Or like if they ask me, I don't know, let's talk about God, or have you confessed or something, and I'm like, some churches have a priest meet and greet after mass. Well, obviously, I'm not going to do that because I'm not going to walk up to them and be like, can you tell me about the logistical problems you run into with being a priest, along with the steps that you took along with any sort of like logistics or examinations or licensing or whatever that you did for being a priest? I could ask cool theology questions. Those are not the questions I would be asking. They'd literally be so happy to answer. Yeah, but then what if they ask me, "Oh, are you interested in like pursuing further religious, involvement?" And I'll just be there like, no, I'm the equivalent of a book writer, but if the book didn't exist, sorry, this book will never see the light of day except through me blabbering about it on stream, and never ever. I will leave no human blueprint of whatever I make in my life ever, and that is fine. I was literally thinking today though, I was like, it'd be really funny if I actually got into religion, but because I wanted to study it from an anthropological point of view. And then after I'm done, I'm just like, okay, thank you, I'm quitting. I got my data. Masses, whatever, you just can't participate in communion. What's communion? You're gonna have to explain like every single term to me, unfortunately, because I'm stupid. Stand up, sit down, read passage, stand up, sit down, stand up, communion, stand up, more, sit down. Okay. Don't go to the same church more than 2 times. Also, don't go to coffee hour. What do you mean by coffee hour? Okay, y'all, apparently I don't remember how to draw people in 3/4 view. Also, I might be just drawing them in perspective, which makes it worse, instead of like straight on. I think it's because I'm drawing them in perspective that I'm like, what is happening? I have brought this upon myself by being stupid. Okay, Citrona, I'm gonna contract you to do this for me. Thanks. Cool. Thank you. Great. I appreciate you. Thank you, bestie. Thank you. You can ask Chris if y'all can go to Methodist Christmas Mass. Oh my god. Whoops. Oh, my lord. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna make this folder 50%. That's what I was doing. Okay. Let me draw. Is it pelvis? Yes, it is. Can you see the booty from back here? Booty. Booty. Kidding. Maybe I should start with this leg. How do I draw people in 3/4 view again? I need to do gesture drawings again, like simple ones. I think I forgot how to do anatomy. I don't know how to do anatomy anymore, y'all. I can't be artist. I'm not an artist anymore. Person 3/4 view. It's so over for me. It's because I said I hate religion. I'm sorry. sorry. He's moved from his Catholic roots because he has beef with the church, understandably. Oh. As one might do. Should I ask why? Do I want to know why? Is this like... I was gonna say, is there an anthropological reason why he has beef with the church? Because then otherwise I'm not gonna ask. Can I convert this to a story? He just doesn't like organized institutional religion. Okay, fair. I can turn this into a story. Kidding. That is no. I literally not interested in making a story specifically about religion. Actually, I was. One of the arcs before this world building got further updated was actually going to be about religious versus secular, and that was about the religion in my... I like how your last 4 messages, Citrona, have been gay. Just looked over and I was like, oh shit, that thing rainbow. Anyway, it was originally about space travel and my world's equivalent of Catholicism having a bigger grip on things, and so people basically it being like space travel is a no-no. That is the no-no square, and the no-no square is the entire atmosphere of Earth. But you know, since we're doing normal, quote unquote, normal religion, I guess that's not a thing anymore. I mean, it's still space travel, but now things are a lot more different, I think. Unless y'all think I can still implement a religious versus secular story still in modern day, which I don't. What would there be even to like explore? Obviously a lot, but that's not the point. It is the point, but I guess. Do I think the moon landing was the second Tower of Babel and we haven't been able to go back and things have been downhill from there as punishment? That's... Suddenly, I hate religion again. That is, you know, you could make a story out of that. Okay, Citrona, chop top, get to it. Write your story. Time to write a award-winning novel or whatever the term is supposed to be. Get to writing. Am I drawing these legs correctly? I don't know. I need to study how to draw legs better. I think that's always why I get stuck here. It's because like I don't really draw legs enough to know how to draw them as well. I cannot draw like muscly, as in like define muscle definition, and I don't need to, but it would be nice to draw like bodybuilders or scare me, but like bodybuilders to better understand musculature. Have a good night, Toad. I gave you 4 head kisses as you head to bed. Mwah. I hope you dream of Jesus Christ. Citrona, what would you hypothetically do if you're like talking about religion like this, or like playing like something like blasphemous or something, and then someone who's super like religious came in and was like, you're bad for doing this. Like, what would you do? How would you respond? You cannot deny it. Okay. I feel like I made this person... They're not snatched, but... I think I get confused by how thighs work. Okay, I'm gonna like... destroy your ass really quick. Not you, Saturna. This mannequin that I've been struggling, whose legs I've been struggling to draw for like a while now. This, the dream you had about being in your old house and there's a bear in it, and you called 911, but the responders couldn't get in without spooking the bear because the front door was locked and the bear was between you and the front door. Okay. Just a random bear. Oh. Citrona's a bounty not because of normal space crimes, but because of space-age blasphemy. You know, Citrona, I could write. So I have VTuber SummerSlam coming up, and I still haven't confirmed that I'm doing the event, which I am. I should be. I've just been really busy to think about the fact that I'm doing the event, unfortunately. But I think for one of the milestones, I'm going to be doing one of the milestones will be a stream where I actively incorporate our lovely chatters, travelers into the world building, and I've already kind of done that for Citrona, Mika, and Bones more officially. But we're going to keep doing it now as practice. I feel like, what if I make Citrona Catholic? Wow. Amazing. Citrona's Catholic in my world building. Great. Awesome. Why am I mentioning this? So Citrona's supposed to be a world traveler. World traveling cowboy. Sorry, I'm thinking of Sapphire from Steven Universe when Ruby runs away and Sapphire's like, why would she be a cowboy? Hello, Doshi. Anyway, I'm thinking of like, what if Citrona was like maybe Catholic, but then he hears of like how our world's Catholic Church is like space travelers bad and stuff, and we're making arcane weapons to defend against y'all, or the crowns, I mean. And then Citrona's like, oh. This, I feel like disbelief is not the right word here, but Citrona's like, the church, how could you? Or maybe it's like one of the starting like maybe you're not like fully against the church, but maybe it's like where you're like vehemently like disagreeing with the church and what some of the Catholic Church is portraying. Like considering you're like you want to explore all frontiers possible to find where you fit, you feel like it's a crime against humanity itself to limit humanity from going into space itself and landing on the moon. And so you're kind of like, maybe it's actually against human progress to be doing that, you know? But I don't know, you tell me. It's your character after all. Of course, there's also the funny. I think the funnier thing would just be you'd never heard about this at all, and you're supposedly Catholic, but you've never done anything Catholic ever because you've been traveling the world afterward. What if like you've been told to like check out Catholic Church or something by people who are religious, and you're like, wow, what is that? And then you finally get a chance to go in like some random country, and you're like, oh, I did this when I was young. Oh. Why God make moon, if not for human? I'm drawing the leg curves very in a very exaggerated way, I would like to say. Oh, I have to draw the feet in perspective though. Oh no. Feet. Wait, it should be foot because it's a single foot on each side. Hold on. Let me make sure this is like the correct height also. Deluxe should be longer a little bit. You cannot see when I do it, but I'm quite literally putting my fingers to my monitor to make sure the proportions are correct. Okay, so if I'm introducing Catholicism into my, well, if I'm bringing Catholicism mostly unscathed into my world, hold on, I'm like annoyed by the lengths on here so far. What would you like to see me incorporate? If I did, not if it will happen, but what do you want me to like really explore with Catholicism? I guess is the question I'm trying to ask. Relics most okay. Alrighty. You know, I feel like this calf's too long. You still need to finish designing Derek. Yeah, you don't have example outfits for him. Yeah, I need to reblog your posts on Tumblr and Blue Sky. Love the idea of guy built into the walls because we really like what? Like Steven Universe, or is this a different thing? Are you saying y'all make Prius just to put them in the walls? Hello, you are a wall priest forever. Congrats. Your purpose as a gem is to be a priest. Pretty much. Stop. Hold on. I haven't even drawn any outfit examples yet because I've been busy mostly talking about figuring out religion. I'm in shambles. Arms, please. A lot of big and really old cathedrals all have saint relics in them. I remember we talked about relics briefly, and I made like a brief listing of possible relics and stuff, but I don't know like how much further I really should go with it. I'm gonna ignore my timer as usual. Maybe I just need to decrease the thigh length general. Let's make your butt bigger now since we have this kind of figured out. Because I think we talked about, well, I think the only thing I remember talking about is like their bones and stuff. But I don't remember what else we talked about when it came to like relics. I also don't remember if this was like a stream thing when we talked about this either. Relics that have psychic properties that already exists, actually. I went through the religious section briefly after I was talking about mineralogy stuff with Mika, and I was like, you know, I think starstones would probably. So I already had it written down that one of the minerals I had was like would be relics, but then that changed into star stones specifically would be relics already because they have those star shapes. But then even more so because these star stones would have the potential to be psychically active. You and your bones turn into rocks because God wills it. Oh my God. Okay, your bones aren't going to turn into rocks. Thank you very much. Should not be drawing a mannequin this specific. Okay, well, you know what? It's whatever. Fine, cool. I get perspective practice. I love making things hard for myself. I thought you were going to go into a direction of like, funny, in reality, it turns out bones do turn into rocks. There's no miracle body horror. Miracles don't work that way. I could technically make that a phenomenon, but that would be really... There would be some really bad things that I had to figure out from there as to what implications that has on society, like all the way down, and I'm like, People dying already has a bad implication on its own. If you want funny miracle body horror, you have Blasphemous for that. Oh, I am thinking it over. Why is Bones played? What? What is date everything? Also, I'm not surprised if I'm assuming correctly what that is. Is this how the arms work in this position? Sounds freaky. Not you pulling out the freaky text. You just have that on hand. You just have that on hand, you freaky weirdo. Freaky. Kidding. Why did you just ask Bones? He's like, hey Bones, are you playing this? Yes, I'm still listening. Thank you. YouTube music. I guess the hands shouldn't matter. You made a short... Oh. Okay. Is that hot to go? Sorry, I was like, what the fuck is that? And then I thought about it for a moment. I was like, I feel like... Okay. Have I told you how much I hate you? I shouldn't actually not erase those lines. How should I, like, draw that can on the other one? Like, again, I really don't need to put that much detail in this fucking mannequin, but here we are. Love drawing a hand, and all of a sudden it seems better as I just very quickly reference my own hand. For some reason, it looks better than some of the hands I've been drawing lately. Actually, JK, actually, Red, oh my god. Why do you have that saved? I will throw a tuna at you if you ever actually used that with us. I'd be like, what the fuck? Smacks you. It might be for our... Okay. I will say nothing else about it then. Oh my god, I can finally start drawing clothing on this. We could finally do the world building exploration part that we're supposed to be doing. Yay! We're gonna ignore the feet. I need to save this. I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna cry if I just lose a fucking mannequin drawing. Uniform concepts. I know I have some old Clip Studio file that was of uniforms too. Oh my god, I need to go pee. Will y'all behave while I go pee? I'm gonna go pee. BRB. Hold on. I know the timer's on, but enjoy the timer. I need to go pee. BRB. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Okay. I drink water. I need to sneeze. Wait. Huh? It's not coming out. JK, no sneeze. I really want more baklava right now. I have some baklava that I bought recently and I want to eat more. I had some as dessert today and also yesterday, but now I want more. Why is not in my womb, so I cannot have it. Anyway, this is our mannequin. I'm gonna put our mannequin over here, and then I'm just gonna duplicate this, and then make this full opacity, then merge the selected layers, and then put this on 25, and we're just gonna move it around. Okay. And then we draw on this. Your deck hasn't come in. Aww. I guess that means it'll come Monday then, because I don't think you need any, unless yours isn't coming through USPS. Actually, I think that applies to all delivery service. Actually, don't know. Ha ha ha, we get to get our dicks at the same time, and then we can do like unboxings. I do really want to buy the Pride Night one though. I still have the tabs open. I'm too lazy to go through with the procedures for it. Your noodles slurped up all the broth. Yeah, that happens. You got like the regular naengmyeon, right? Like not the bibimbap or the bibimbguksu specifically. Because I believe bibimbguksu has a lot less broth versus naengmyeon. I don't know why, actually. Why? Okay. Why does bibimbguksu not have broth? I don't know. But yeah, bibimbguksu is just a spicy version of it, and it doesn't have broth really, so you don't get much that problem in comparison. Is it easier to eat it, the noodles? Because I know the noodles for both naengmyeon and bibimbguksu are really chewy. Really need food safe scissors for that. You could always go to a place to get bibimbap and stuff. I actually had to like hold myself back in case you didn't hear because I was about to say a place and I was like, that's really specific of a place and I should not say that. No doxing. I'm telepathically telling you where you should go though. I will drink. I just came back from the restroom, but I'll drink water again and stretch. Yes, we're gonna go to the gay place where we can be gay and eat gay Korean noodles. Okay, let's continue. I'm gonna call this folder the mannequins. Okay. LA Pride is tomorrow. Oh. I'm really out of touch with Pride events. I've never been to one, so will I ever go? And the answer is probably not. Actually, I'm gonna group these together and then just make these all 20% so I can control the opacity of everything all at once. Oh, you haven't been mostly because the last few years have been too hot for it? Oh. I think for me it's more like any proximity to one, and then I think also just me being like, okay, hold on, let me just being like, oh, I'm going to have fun with my friends and not mention pride to my parentals. That's what I was trying to say. Sorry, I got distracted. Also, hi EB, thank you for a quiet hello. Yeah, I'm gonna be using a pencil for drafting, which I usually don't do often. We'll just have a virtual pride event ourselves. Okay. 2 of hearts. So vaguely taken from these outfits, I guess, right? We're vaguely appropriating. Doing the Germa holding out his hand meme. Let's take the metro together. Put Germa away. Ew. He's happy. Oh, baby. I wonder if I should do like a similar route that the Japanese school uniforms did, so normal button top and then pants at the bottom. Whole ass operator going to fight and they're wearing the whole ass cassock. Soggy noodles means it doesn't try to kill you while chewing. That's good. That's always my fear when it comes to eating that stuff, but it gets easier if you like really cut down the noodles. Two of hearts. Interesting to see that the cassocks are different for other denominations, according to the cassock page. This really would go crazy over like 90 degrees, yeah. Okay, well make sure you get it when it gets really hot, because it's not hot season yet. I guess I should also look at religious garb for other places too. See if maybe I can do like more regional, or I guess continental versions of uniforms. You know, maybe doing this weird top-down perspective gives me some better visualization, question mark. Okay, I will use my round brush actually. This really hates this. Or should I don't know. It's fine. I still feel like I should use my pencil one, but I could be wrong. It's not like it's going super high up their neck, but it's definitely like shorter than typical collars, I would say. Gives them religious choker. You come into church and your priest is wearing what they call a religious choker, what do you do? I'm gonna raise the... Okay, maybe 6 is fine. It's actually just called a collar, and I think that's... But like, whether they're wearing like an actual choker. Like... Thank you, eBay. Like, you walk in and your Prius is wearing this, what do you do? Citrona, can you be a Prius so you can wear this? Just so we can see what happens. Literally you today, actually. Oh. Let me look up Gakudan also, because technically... Oh, this is a cosplayer in Gakudan. I was like, why is this photo here? I'm kind of honest, this guy looks really unenthused doing this cheerleading routine, but I will include it anyway because it's a reference image and it's technically adjacent to all of this that we're doing here. But I'm gonna go ahead and crop this a little more. And then just convert this. Life has been better since I started converting everything to image material layers. I think I'm just gonna hide the draft mannequin layer. I guess we can look at Shinto also to see what kind of outfits their priests and stuff would wear. Shinto purification. Shinto priests are known in Japanese as kannushi, or alternatively as shinshoku or shinkan. Oh, you actually tried. Wait. You tried actually jjajangmyeon and you like it. The instant one you tried was just not your taste. Yay, you like it. That's good to hear. Did it have like meat or anything, or was it just more like a no meat jjajangmyeon? Did you put in any gochugaru in it? Single name, yeah, I did it, yeah, we did it. Hi Makina, hello. Happy Saturday/Sunday. I am indeed live and trying to draw while we talk about Catholicism. Main other religions too, but mainly Catholicism. It has beef. You think you stole it off your friends, but she didn't put anything else in it? I see. Well, that's good to hear that you enjoyed it. That makes me happy to hear. I guess while I'm drawing this, is there any distinct element I want to do with this? Because otherwise it'll just look like the characters are wearing Japanese school uniforms, and I'm like, this could be fine, but this is also not what I'm going for. But I'm also like, like, I'm doing alright, Machina. Well, it's not warm, but it's like vaguely warm enough. We're in like the period where it's like it's not hot yet. So, like it was occasionally here and there previously, but it's like I don't like it when it's like vaguely warm because it's not hot enough to necessitate running the AC, but that means it's just hot. Some may call that spring. You know what, Citrona, go eat your communion wafers. Go eat out Christ or something, okay? Shush you. You call it sticky, you hate when that happens? Yeah. I'm just kind of waiting for it to like go back to normal hot. I'm glad the AC at the end is working again, so we have actual AC and stuff, but I'm like, oh, okay. We just have to like wait for it to be like, good enough to have the AC on whenever. So right now I have like my ceiling fan on instead, and I'm kind of just like, I'm dealing with it. Is that you eating the communion wafers, Citrona? Are you eating the communion wafers like popcorn? You do not eat Christ's body like popcorn. Oh my god. Citrona just gets into the dish of communion wafers and starts chomping down on all of them and starts getting drunk on the wine. It's really funny. I was looking at the Vatican City page because I was like, wow, this is a whole ass country. Okay. And it was talking about how like some of the I forget what it is, but like some of the things on what Vatican City consumes and stuff is like are fucking outliers and should not be addressed. And so a lot of it was like a lot of it was like, you should not look at how much wine Vatican City consumes because it's all for fucking religious purposes. And I'm like, and it also talks about how you should not be looking at the crime rates there because the crime per capita is also not sensible because of the amount of people that live there, and also the fact that most of the crimes were from fucking pickpocketers. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, sure. I'm just gonna ignore it now. It's very fascinating to learn about the pickpocketing stuff, but then the fact that they mostly send all the criminals to like Italy instead, which makes sense, but I was also like, oh wow, Italy. It's not Christ's body until it's been until it turns trans. Happy Pride. You can buy communion wafers on Amazon. Are you saying we should put communion wafers on our throne? Because that's what you're saying right now. You're not supposed to say yes to that, Patrona. Have you heard of a joke? I am joking. It's joke lang. Have you genuinely considered just buying them for snack food before because you like the texture? Okay, then how about you buy it and then we can try it or you can watch me try it in front of you. Can you transubstantiate it for me? And just be like, hey God, hey Chris, hey Christ, um, my oomphy, Jesus Christ, I'm one of your oompies. Wait, I just hit something gold. I just hit gold right now. We're all oompies of Jesus Christ. Since oomphy is specifically one of my followers. Judas was an ex-oomphy. This is really bad. Okay, I am so sorry to everyone that's listening in and it's like religious. I am so sorry. But I am a world builder, so all of this comes at a price. Everything is scrutinized by the world building. All of our usual travels will be like, why are they talking about Jesus Christ and communion wafers? And it's like, world building. And then they'll be like, oh, carry on. I guess that makes sense. And it's like, thank you. I'm glad you understand. You're trying to find the Tumblr post about putting communion wafers in one of those chip guns. Oh. Oh, I was about to take a break and I was like, I have been ignoring the timers. I do think this part here should, lasso tool please, should go back further. And then I can also avoid a tangent as a result. That was about to happen and I was going to cry from it. I remember one of the first interactions I had with Citrona, like shortly after we met, like I think within the first few months, and I think they were doing an art stream, and I remember mentioning on Citrona's stream, like, do you mind if there are tangents in your art? I was like, and I keep thinking about that. I'm like, why did I do that? Stupid. Time for you to make the drive home from work. See you all on PC soon. Thank you for being here, Milo. Hope you have a safe drive home. I started choking on my spit. That's what I get for telling Citrona to worry about their tangents. Like, hey, I know I just met you. Can you fix your tangents? It's quite literally what I did. Even if I didn't say that outright. Oh my god, it's the Kiss the Pussy song. Okay, I think this actually should be lower based on the perspective because I decided to work with perspectives. I'm fucking myself up. Stupid ass perspective mannequin. Literally have not been drawing my reference sheets like this. Why am I doing this to the mannequin? I don't know. I just chose to do it. It's like, okay, sure. Good job, Bonnie. Awesome. Great. Cool. Hold on. I didn't want to download other. Unfortunately, this photo of Kanushi with 2 Miko is not great. They're spacey to the side and it's not helpful. This could not be a worse photo for reference. This photo's great, actually. Dave! Alright, references, close. This is not Catholicism, but it's gonna go in the folder because it works. You found it. The post is from 2020 only? I think someone called the song the espresso of this EP, and I was like, you know, after I listened to it, I was like, yeah, I see what you mean. I am gonna pull up the old uniform thing we did if I remember where it is. This one. This asteroid uniforms when asteroid was a concept. Wow, look at that ugly ass belt. I did throw knee pads on them though. I gave them boots. I heard the Swiss Guard here. Hello. Did I guess it would be out? Also, yes. Also, this makes sense because it's no contact. It's so weird because it feels like a 2017 post at. Oh, because is it talking about using the communion, doing communion, but like doing it in a no contact situation because of COVID? Oh my god. Fucking. You ever blogged it? Okay, let me look at this really quick. No contact communion host dispenser. $99 each. Limited time offer $189 for set of 2. What do you mean set of 2? Isn't wait. That's slightly cheaper, right? 99. Yeah, that is cheaper. Sorry, I was like, what do you mean? Sorry, I almost could out math. Replacement cylinder packed 2% is $27.95%. You can get cross design, white and wheat hosts sold separately. Oh no, I'm getting rated while we're looking at Catholicism. Wait. Wait, it's really awkward. Oh, hi, Kangs Machina. Excuse me. Hello, everyone. Machina, what silliness did you pull here? Hi, Kangster. Hi, Machina. Hello, Life is Fun-ish. Hello, hold on, not my Twitch chat partially cutting off your name. Nunhofer Art. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Hi, everyone. I hope you had a good stream. I hope your art stream went well. Welcome on in, everyone. This was completely unprompted. Really? Says you, who is coming along as a raider. Anyway, hi everyone. Let me introduce myself really quick. I know the timer's running, but feel free to ignore that because I have been ignoring my Pomodoro timers lately to work on stuff. But for those that don't know me, except Machina stairs. Hi Hi everyone, my name is Bonnie. I'm one of those they thems. I'm a fire elemental. Hello, sizzle sizzle. I'm a multimedia creative, so I do illustration, music production, also graphic design. I also graphic design, and some amount of programming also. So I program stuff like this, using HTML and JavaScript. But I'm mostly known for doing illustration and maybe some amount of magic music production. So I do mainly character art. I love doing world building and story writing though, which is what we're doing tonight. We're just gonna let this sit. Wow, I do fan art of video games and webcomics occasionally, but I have my own OCs and my own little blurbos to focus on and stuff. Wow, there's the Bones birthday art. Will he get Citrona? What if he don't get Citrona birthday art? What if Citrona birthday art is just doomed to never appear? Ooh, you wanna appear so bad. Ooh. Okay, well, there's the old one. Do we actually not have Awk in here? That's really awkward, actually. Anyway, thank you for the raid. Your audience endured so much during... What do you mean? What did you do? Please tell us. So if you'd like to know what we were doing, well, you go ahead and tell us. Wait, I should get my phone. Will I grab my phone? I'm doing some world building work, and I also have to be doing a lot of other stuff, but because Art Fight is coming up, I've been working on reference sheets and stuff, but I'm also doing like world building, visual development, concept art stuff. What do you mean smoke bomb? I can't believe this. Okay. Josh is an awesome storyboard artist and gamer. Oh, okay. Storyboard artist. Let me open up your Twitch here and read what you were doing myself. See. Let's see. Okay, never mind. The only information on here is is animation storyboard artist, definitely not evil. What is this starting screen? Wait, that's... Well, anyway. I'm gonna start looking at your blue guy now. Thank you. It's very important. Let's see. La 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 la. Wow. Ooh, ah. Wow. Okay, well, everyone on my end, please check out Kangster, Josh, for being, because they are a cool storyboard artist. Oh, there are a lot of peeps I know that follow you, actually. Wow. Follow. If he won't share, I will. Lamau. I will say, by the way, for Josh, if I'm okay to call you that, and anyone else that came along with the raid, if you need to get some food, water, or rest, please, 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 please make sure to do so. I know streaming can take a lot of energy, and it sounds like, well, it sounds more like your audience needs to get food, water, and or rest based on what you said about them enduring. But you should too. Otherwise, feel free to chill with us here in Liminal Space while I do outfit designs and appropriate religions across the world, stares at Catholicism mainly. Hee. Let's see. Unrelated Tumblr post reading, Jesus is kin with God and was executed because the Roman emperor said no doubles. Is this like a Yuma shipping, no sharing thing? Sorry, I quite scream. You were about to ask if I was working on Conclave fan art. Oh no. But it's really funny that you mentioned that because I actually did watch Conclave with my friend Citrona here and one other friendo on Thursday because Citrona wanted us to watch it really badly after they finished it. Citrona is our resident Catholicism knower, proclaimed liminal Catholic. I call them a Catholic hobbyist. The watching of Conclave did prompt this because world building is fun, and it's fun from an anthropological standpoint to see how religion invades everything in culture. This is where we do like a flashback to earlier in stream where I was talking about how I hate anthropology and religion. Anyway, yeah. We're kind of looking at not just Catholic catholics, but also trying to get, I will pull it more when I get a chance, but some other religions and some of their religious garb as kind of references uh for this, and we will see how that goes. Um yes. Did I say everything I needed to say for the raid? I hope I didn't forget anything. But yeah. Um yeah. World building stuff. I'm writing stories. It's not like, okay, I'm not writing a novel or webcomic or a video game. Although TTRPG exists, but that's just for funsies with my friends. This world building exists because I have blorbos and I want to take care of them. And by taking care of them, I mean put them in shitty situations in which world building is the best way to do that. So here we are. I am a very elaborate world builder. Oh no, my music. My music. Music, come back to us. I am mainly my world building is specifically of the alternate world kind, so it's not like it's that particularly different from our real world, but it is very fun to deal with implications of alternate world building, which means rethinking how things in culture are different as a result. And this can manifest in really stupid things such as Jello salad not existing if there's a possibility of there not being a US/the right conditions of consistent enforcement of housewives being a big thing, especially after World Wars I and II, especially after a time where rationing was very important. And Jello being made as a company and Jello trying to promote itself as a company and being basically commercially easily available aspic gelatin powder. That is actually not as silly as I realize the more I talk about Jello salad's origins. You get the point. So we're looking at religions because I figured that in a world where religion probably has more of a standing because of some sort of superpower system actually present, which means religions have an actual leg of being like, look, magic powers, God is real. Religion may have more of an impact, although there could be some amount of secular still being part of society, especially when we move into scientific revolution and stuff, and people start doing more scientific research into even what is considered religious, like magic powers. But it's interesting to think of how religion is still, did I slant this? Oh my god. Is still a thing in a world. Like, I have this one here. This is Gakuran. This is Japanese middle school/high school uniform for men is based on the cassock from is it specifically Catholicism or is it just generally Christian? It's just generally Christian. From Christianity. So you know that's a fascinating thing. And so likewise, you could probably expect a lot of other things, obviously, to be affected by religion, which is very true. And this applies for anywhere in the world. So, you know. So should I like take this and then merge this with this old uniform design that I did last year and use an knee-pads and boot? You know, this is really bad because I didn't draw the feet on these. Okay, time to try and draw boots. These are like almost knee-high boots. I am making like slutty soldiers is what I'm doing at this point. It's really funny because I was looking at the cassocks earlier today, and I was like immediately like telling Citron, I was like, these are like fruity. Look at the lace, fruity. The colors, fruity. In a way of like, I would wear it, but like, fruity. Wait, that is the smoothie bar image. Sorry, I'm gonna close that. Um, yeah, fruity. Anyway, yeah, going along with this, I'm trying to think of like if we have a separate government department of soldiers, or just a department in general that handles specifically people that have these magic powers. And in military battle applications, they have uniforms. What would their uniforms look like? So that is what we're doing. It also would just be easy to be like, they will have typical police officer-esque uniforms, but also, why do that? When I can be like, I can make them look a little fruity. But there's also this possibility that the uniform will look nothing of note because I'm not good at details. In which case I will cry. Is this perspective correct? I'm gonna lose it. I'm losing it already. I'm gonna not do the knee pad. Not as like a OSHA non-compliant sort of thing, which I don't think applies here, but more as a I'm really don't want to draw them, and I think they'll be ugly, even though safety is important. Okay, trying to draw the fly there was unnecessarily challenging. Hold on, how far does this boot go? Like up here? I feel like, what were we talking about with Catholicism? That was like the main thing. Like we were talking about Catholicism. So I was like, okay, what do I need to change? Do I need to change anything? Because what if I just don't change anything in Catholicism? Which is impossible. There are things that will be different. So I can't actually say that. Okay. I wish these boots in this one were like... I could... I'm gonna need to pull out references of boots, probably. This boot is very inaccurate. Okay, good job, me. Or it looks different because I'm trying to make it fit the calf on this one. I'm like, I don't think so. Incorrectamundo. Where do I get my refs from? Usually I try to reference Wikipedia first because that just happens to have I would hope that Wikipedia has a good selection of photos for whatever I need as like good reference material, like especially for something like this where I'm like, oh, I need like a cassock or I need like what are other terms like? Oh, I need to look at like their zuketo, or like their tinctures, So I would hope, for example, that Wikipedia would have a good example or a photo of it being worn that is not unusually looking, that is not a well, okay, there are like a few times I had to grab this photo just from Google because apparently Wikipedia does not have a good angle of Kanushi with their Miko. And I was like, cool, awesome, great. I'm going to go back on Google now. Wikipedia is great as a starter source for information, but also be careful because you never know when people will edit it and lie. But it does work because usually people try to make sure they vet their resources and stuff on Wikipedia. But yeah. Wikipedia can be pretty good for image sources. I mean, it's not like people are just randomly making up photos to put on Wikipedia. So, I mean, if this didn't look like a cassock, and considering that I've seen literally was given a clergy apparel store by Citrona, I'm pretty sure I hopefully would be able to tell if this didn't look like this, and I'd be like, this doesn't seem right. I think it'd be really funny though if that wasn't the case, though. Am I supposed to do 5 buttons like this? These ones have like a lot of buttons, and I'm like, why? I think the front buttons are like a ruse. But along with that, for references, I do use Unsplash because Unsplash actually allows you to get like royalty-free images. But that's definitely more of a graphic design thing. So you're not necessarily going to get like a variety of images if you're trying to do like postings and stuff, You should try looking into using Wikimore, but for the most part, you're sadly Pinterester. I definitely use Pinterest whenever I'm looking for like more vague inspiration, but I do try to be cautious when using it because people can be pretty bad, or it can be pretty hard, especially when people are now more actively putting AI shit on it. And then sourcing stuff can be really annoying. There are many times that I'll find something, especially because I look at like other people's art as like inspiration, and I'll be like, okay, I really want to know who this artist is. And then sometimes I'll have to do like a reverse Google image search goose chase to find who the artist was sometimes, because sometimes maybe they don't have the signature. That happened recently when I was doing color theory studies. Thank you, Clip Studio. Because I had a few tutorials from one of our theory Thursdays, and I was like, uh-oh. I had to do a lot of reverse image searching to figure out who made some of the tutorials that I found on Pinterest. I'm gonna ignore that timer, sorry. I'm in work mode, but if you're following the timer, feel free to... I really should have just not used it in the first place, but whatever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is 6 buttons overkill? I don't remember how many buttons my typical button downs and button ups have. I don't think they differ. Wow, I love it when all the buttons look different. Amazing, cool. Hand-drawn buttons. Have a good lyric, Machina. Thank you for chilling here with us and for definitely not doing any sneaky sneakies coming along with that raid. Also, thank you for the follow. I hope you continue to enjoy your time here. While we blabber about world building and like... Or I guess a blabber about Catholicism, at least specifically today. I do like this button look. I mean, it's like pretty standard for like any sort of like soldier apparel, I would think. I know for this one that we did last year, I have... If these were a little brighter. Definitely fits. This one has lapels on it. This is also sexy. We're being cunty. I'm in the army and I'm cunty. Sorry. Not really. Not at all. This, I don't... What is happening here? I don't even know where this is from, considering I did all this last year. What? What is this? what? Who? Which army or police or military force is this? Whose country? Or which country owns this? These people? This one might be the UK. I will say this cape is hot, but I don't know if I'm gonna. Well, I'm going to incorporate the capelets that they have already because I'm like I want Bonnie to have that, but at least I have a more substantial world building reason to incorporate it into potential uniforms. You got a scoot soon, but glad y'all rated my channel. The designs are coming along cool. Thank you. I'm barely getting anywhere with it so far, but I'm doing my best. Okay, now I think this is too high. Based on this one, I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, I will begrudgingly draw the feet part of the boot. This one will be more this way, and then this one obviously this way, I would think. With a lot of perspective, my beloved. I just put in boot instead of boots. Why? Okay, why did I do that? Long boot. Cops wearing boots before 2020. I don't... It's not gonna help because these are more like side... Okay, that one... No, just so many wrinkles. I mean, it's good because it's like wrinkles, but that's a lot for me to drop. Oh, God. You're full of oop. Hello, Citrona, full of oop. Welcome back to Catholic Town. Are you ready to Catholic it up? I don't have anything new to talk about in regards to Catholic. I haven't thought about it. I've just been catching everyone up on what we've been talking about, I guess, so far. I feel like it just needs to have like the curve to it, maybe. Yes, yes. Ooh, ooh, okay, okay. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it, Mr. Krabs. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it, Mr. Krabs. I'm feeling it. I think this is too big though for the perspective we're in. But I I like how I was so excited and I scrolled, zoomed out. Immediately realizes the flaw in it. Great job. Do I want you to go to find the post where they debated how many communion wafers make a whole... Is that something to debate? I would just do like the kilogram mass of a communion wafer and then just multiply that. But then you have to kind of like know Jesus Christ. Do we have any of his like bodily dimensions? I guess we just really need his weight. If we can like get his weight, then we can like do an approximation, or we can like pick like a standard weight or something and then do that. But I think even then, because communion wafers are so light, I'm assuming they're not really massive much at all. It's still gonna like probably vary a lot depending on like what weight range we're doing. Like, you know, how much does a communion wafer weigh? They did the math. Oh, how many communion wafers would it take to equal the body weight of Jesus? Um, Jesus, someone said 55 kilograms for Jesus minus 5 kilograms of blood that was transformed into wine. We can estimate it at 50 kilograms. Knowing that a host is 0.5 grams. Okay, I don't need how many you need to eat, but I guess it's... Okay, so it's 100,000? So 100,000? This person said 112,000 wafers. This one also mentioned whole weight, which means, and then they said add 42 liters of communion wine. I how does the boot look like from this angle? I think I'm accidentally stumbling into like slutty men in boots photos while I do this, and I'm kind of like, okay. Oh fuck, it does, like the boot has like a, wait, it has like the angle at the end. Can I do it in this perspective? Apparently one wafer is technically one whole Jesus by substantiation rule? Wait, do we have Eucharist because Jesus was like, did Jesus say like eat my ass out? I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay. Does that mean what if that does it mean there's a because then I had to think about it. So like, what if I just don't have that sacrament in my world building then? Like, I don't need to. I guess that's like one of the things that I have to get rid of then. Okay. For context, not like this is horribly out of context enough as it is for everyone. Uh World building wise, Jesus Christ was not a good figure in my world building's version of what is supposed to be Catholicism. Jesus Christ was not a Messiah. How would you classify Jesus, our Jesus Christ in this case? He was like, he was a victim of war that soon became the victim of the Pope, that died a very unsatisfactory death, and the ensuing events which caused literally everything in the world building, a harbinger. You know what? Yeah. Did I pronounce that correctly? Divine harb. I read the cool. Yeah. They were a harbinger. Thank you, Saturna. Is this correct for the boot? I think we should tilt it down a little more, but I do like the shape of it. Yes. There's so many more wrinkles on the boots though, so I don't know how I'm gonna, other than like, Okay, I'm gonna scoot it back now. And then we'll add this souls, whatever this is called. I don't know how I did. Did it here, but there's a slight heal. Doing the thing again? Oh, okay. I'll make you say my name. Na 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 na. I love the way you love the chance. Crop. Sparkle. Oh, it's not sparkle sparkle yet. Sparkle sparkle. Is your package arrival unknown? Oh no. Let me check on my package right now. Let me see what the latest updates on it are. That's worrying me. Emotion. Oh, it's quite literally here in my city. Okay, well, I guess I'll get it whenever I post his next ready. The way you love the chase. Sacrifice tool save me. I really hate the way these wrinkles are looking. This is so hard to do. These boots should be thicker. Actually. Like that, sure, good enough. Hi, Vapor. Up. Hello. All right, I've been working this entire time. Well, this. Okay, honestly, this boot is kind of annoying me. I'm like, Are there any other things about Jesus Christ that I have to like change? Considering Jesus Christ is not a good figure in my religion specifically. Are there any real life denominations of Christianity that treat Jesus Christ as not a good figure? You know, that would probably make this a lot easier for me if I ask that. If the answer is no, then, well, okay. I guess I have to get creative myself then. It's fine. I'm a world builder. I'll just eat shit. Cry. Probably some freaky neo-Baptist sect. Oh, yay! Let's go find out what that is. Ugh. Hold on, let me also... That was kind of annoying me. Death and romance. I think what I will do is I'm gonna copy this over. Wow, look at that. I made 2 outfits. Good job, everyone. I'm so good at outfit design. Yes. No, I'm gonna draw over this so I can do the capelet thing. One of those like 15-member congregations because it's more or less a glorified conspiracy. Great. Okay. Maybe I need to look at it in a different lens. Maybe I should see our world's Jesus Christ in the lens of Adam and Eve? But I don't know if does Adam and Eve have any like big prominences in Christianity other than Adam and Eve being a thing in the Garden of Eden and being expelled from the Garden of Eden because of the original sin. I guess it's like an original sin sort of thing. Like not exactly. But it could be considered the same thing. But also, But it's not like it's not like just Jesus Christ is like the first human. So there's that like amount of separation. What am I drawing? Or what cloak am I doing? What is this? I forget. There's a difference, and I don't remember what it is. Is it the Pellegrina, or is it the other one? The Mozzetta, maybe? I think I'm doing similar to a Mozzetta, but in any case, it's not going to look exactly like it. They're really just the progenitor myth, the BG world building, so the audience understands where humans emerged. I see. Okay, sure. Makes sense. Okay. So should I treat it as like a Jesus Christ thing or more like a Satan thing? Maybe it's more analogous to like a Satan thing? What happened to Mr. Lucifer again? Lucifer! Christianity in the Bible. Hmm. Some king of Babylon. So it's the king of Babylon? Hold on, I'm like trying to read this, but the words are not sticking in my head right now. King of Babylon is condemned in a prophetic vision. Rabbinic Judaism rejected any belief in rebel or fallen angels. Morning Star. There's a lot to read. Or a lot to process right now while I'm trying to figure this out, I guess. Let's look up other sources, maybe. Who is Lucifer? The Morning Star. Lucifer is not in the Bible. The Hebrew word is Hillel, which means morning star. Reference to Venus, probably. And the text itself is about the king of Babylon, which doesn't refer to Satan, really. But then Lucifer is the Latin term used in the Vulgate to translate the Hebrew term. So Lucifer as a fallen angel is more cultural lore instead of straight up biblical fact, according to this person. Is Satan mentioned in the Bible? Interesting. Okay, anyway, after getting distracted by Lucifer and Satan, as is the norm, do I do a color on the capelet over the collar? I feel like that shouldn't be right, but... I just realized it's basically just me making modern cleric mages who are basically already usually religiously affiliated, like in like D&D and stuff. Hee hee hoo hoo. Show me right now, you show me right now. Maybe the inner shirt shouldn't have a collar? One modified. We take out the collar. It's a good day. Night. Hit me up. Hit me up, up. I also forgot to mention, but I am starting to watch Freerun because I saw an Instagram reel about a cosplayer cosplaying as Freerun, and I was like, and they mentioned something about they're doing like the typical defensive magic that you see in Freerun, and using like the spinning light image projecting thing that makes those effects by spinning around, basically, so it makes it look like it's like transparent. But the light is making the effect. That's often used for like magic circles and stuff. And someone mentioned how like later you see only like some hexagons instead of a full shield of hexagons. And then someone was like, "Oh, you should fix it so it doesn't look broken." But then someone was like, "No, that's like how the magic works in the world because you're supposed to only concentrate your shield to deflect where it actually needs to." And I was like, I'm gonna look at this magic system really quick. And I only seem to ever watch anime series nowadays because I'm like thinking about the power system and wanting to analyze it. I do like the story so far. And I do want to keep watching it. But I also need to like stream and stuff. It was actually late because of that, because I was still watching one of the episodes and I was like, hee hee, oopsies. Hopefully that isn't, well, you can button it, so it doesn't matter. Interesting that I'm just doing it for that the collar's on the capelet instead, which I'm like, okay, well. Hmm. Did it say we were going to end soon? Sorry, I don't remember what I've talked about or not, but since we are getting close to 3 hours, I am trying to actually enforce a 3 hour stream limit nowadays. And you know, it also gives me just some extra time to like, hold on, let me fix this, because this is actually, there you go. Because I also would like to keep watching free runs, so I'll probably do that after stream. But yeah, I think maybe starting next week, I'll start having my evening stream start at 9 p.m. instead. I'll have to see if I can have myself do more morning afternoon streams during the weekend, but it's been really hard for me to wake up on time during the weekends. I think because I keep hanging out with my friends and we keep going, and I keep going to bed at like fucking 2, 3 a.m. and I'm like, that's not good. Maybe elbow length, maybe? This could be elbow length, or it could be like further than elbow length, honestly. I think just before wrist length, maybe. Ina na watashi wa shikata na yomi na hitaru. Kira kira meku hano doki ni modoritai. Maho de hikaru. Toke o ima tsukaitai. Ai ai. Going on Pinterest. Gonna see if I can find the... There's a cute cloak top or something. Huh. Where are... How come I can't see my own boards on my profile? Oh, there they are. I was like, why are they gone? Where did they go? Is that fair where I put... Oh, here it is. That was easy. I was like, oh, where did I put this cloak thing, though? I'm gonna use this design. Oh, don't freeze on me. Okay. I'll have to do it this way for kind of context, I guess. This must be horrible to wear in, like, hot areas, though. Hehe. What a shame. Guess I'll just have to deal with it. The rest should be around the crotch, so that should be a good length. That. Then usually you'll have flaps like that or openings so that you can stick your arms out. In good reference would be like capelets that you would wear for like Ren Fair or something. Ren Fair. Wait, is that a raid? Huh? Huh? Guy! What the heck? I'm Makina. Again. Hi, laddie. Hi, Kelsey. Makina, you seem to be doing some very nefarious things tonight. How very suspicious. Hi, Kelsey. Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, everyone. Oh. Let me introduce myself really quick. I know I have a Pomodoro timer going, but I ignore the Pomodoro timer. You're on break, everyone. Be good. Hi, everyone. For those who don't know me, my name is Bonnie. I'm a fire elemental. Welcome to our lovely inn here in Liminal Space. If you don't know what I do, I'm a multimedia creative. I do illustration, music production, graphic design, programming stuff. I'm mainly known for doing character art shit. So I do fan art of other people's video games and webcomics, and I have my own little blurbos, OCs to draw and put in situations. Let's see what else pops up. Oh, some of these are newer. Yay! Yay! But yeah, I'm doing some more concept art stuff right now. Tonight's theme is Catholicism, so welcome to Catholic Church Town. Um, you unfortunately need to scoot to go pick up Pink Poppy. You'll leave my stream up to lurk. No worries, Kelsey. Thank you again for the raid. I hope everything goes well picking up Pink Poppy. I like how we have to like specifically specify Pink Poppy because I have passed it through my head before if someone has only said Poppy and I think about that and I'm like, let's have that not happen. And immediately like, let's never think about that again. But yeah, if anyone else that came along with the raid, if you need to get some food, water, or rest, please make sure to do so. Thank you, Genkyo C, for the raid. For everyone on my end, please check them out. Please check out Anti Dark Heart. They are cool. They do awesome art. They're one of the cool friendos peeps that I met through Laddie. I occasionally, because I work on Fridays too. I do occasionally, very rarely play on that so SMP with them. I'm also occasionally part of some occasional here and there collabs with them, and I will be in the future. We'll see, because I did play some Gartic Phone and Jackbox with them recently, so please check them out. They're also super cool, skilled artists. Cool, funny friendos. Yeah, we'll be here working on alpha design. I'm trying to stretch out where these son of a pleats are supposed to go, or how they should look on this capelet. What is the term I'm looking for here? It's not like armholes, because it implies it's just a hole instead of a full-on slit. Oh, slits. I don't remember what, or if I saved images on like what the thing looks like. You gotta go scoot because you're the one picking up the mans, but you will be lurking. No worries, Lappy. Thank you for coming along with the raid. Have a safe drive, or else. I should be ending stream like sometime soon because I am hitting the 3-hour mark, but we'll see. Okay, well with that, I guess that means I have to stream longer because we literally just got another raid. Okay, wow. I guess I will stream for longer now that we're here. Okay, hello. I know that wasn't well, unless it was. Hi, Bane. Hello, honey. Hello, Lokiri. Hello, Ray. Hello, Rook. Hello, Ultra Strength. Hello, anyone else that came along with the raid. Hello, welcome on in, Raiders. Bane, I hope your stream went well. Oh, you're playing Mario Kart World? That's not Splatoon. Ew. I'm just kidding. I hope your stream went well. I'm assuming you're just checking out some some of the new games for the Switch 2. Question mark. Because I think that's out. I literally have no idea what is happening with the Switch 2 whatsoever. I'm stupid. I've I've been so out of it because I've been focusing on other stuff, so I'm like, what's happening? What? I don't need to introduce myself, right? Everyone knows who I am. Hi, I'm Bonnie. I don't need to do the actual introductions. Hi, hello, hello. You did Splatoon first, then Mario Kart. Oh, okay. I hope Splatoon and Mario Kart went well. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm not planning on getting the Switch 2 unless a new Splatoon game is announced, and they better not be announcing a new Splatoon game because it's going to be a while, and they better put a lot of love and care into it. Otherwise, I'll be very sad. I don't need to run through my official intro again. Everyone here knows me. It's fine. It's so fine. I need to figure out this cloak thing more so than anything. Yeah, I think I should just have it be like here, maybe ish, or a little more out. Whatever seems like logically plausible for these slits, basically in the capelet cloak, I think. Had some really successful rounds of Turf War, and then y'all were goofing around in World for funsies. Nice! I'm glad y'all had fun. For everyone on my end, if you don't know Bane is also another friendo. He is a creative goober who also does art, but is also mainly known for doing Sammy programming, so using Sammy to basically make interactive various stream widgets, both just regular stream widgets, but also ones that are more interactive to interact with the audience. I don't. Let's make your fandom name. The Cat Beans. Anyway. Um. Vane is super cool, super awesome. Mods for a lot of people also, so he's they're very well versed in that also. Um just overall a goober. Smucker's blueberry goober. But yeah, Bane, if you or anyone else needs to get some food, water, or rest, please make sure to do so. I know it's definitely later for you than it is for me because of your time zone. So please make sure to rest. Otherwise, if y'all want to chill out, welcome to Catholic Church Town. I'm doing some world building concept art stuff. I have been very slow with drawing tonight because we have been talking a lot about Catholicism, more so than me drawing stuff by appropriating Catholicism. Yay! I love being distracted because we're talking about stuff that is probably world building important stuff. And I'm like, yeah, let's talk about it. Not realizing that it's going to impede my ability to draw, as you would expect. Yeah, welcome to our church. Basically, I'm trying to do some outfit design. So last year I did some outfit designs for what were called Asteroid, which was like the magical power police force in the world building, but a lot of things have changed in like a fucking year. So now I'm doing the same thing, but it's for division police slash military force regulated on a federal level for individuals with superpowers, to word it as general as possible. And there is a lot of religious overtone being put into the uniform design because of how heavily integrated religion would be into this, because of how this alternate world history works in my world building. Cool. I think that's great. I think that's a great explanation of it. Question mark. But yeah. Wow, religion. Yay. Wow. Yeah, I was mentioning how I was like, it's going to be 3 hours of stream, so I should prep and get ready to stop stream. But you know, here we are. I guess I can just keep streaming and it's fine. It's fine. I don't see why not. Because I technically usually go to bed later anyway. I just want to be a little not streaming as long. Although 3 hours is already pretty lengthy, but I am trying to like give myself more like rest time, especially because I know I'm trying to push myself considering VTuber SummerSlam and Art Fighter coming up. No, Rook, I can't just keep streaming. If the raids keep coming, then I guess I have to, but when I said Catholicism, you thought I was making ghost fan art? No, no. Wait, which ghosts? And there's the shooting game. Is that Call of Duty? And then I'm also thinking of Ghost from Hollow Knight. Someone else was thinking Conclave, and I was like, Conclave did definitely spur this, which is really funny. Oh, the band Ghost? Have I heard of this band? Oh, I think I actually have. Also not that Ghost. Also, welcome on in, Transmask Goblin. I hope everyone's been having a good weekend so far, by the way. I'm going to wait 10 seconds because it's still Saturday for me. But in 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yay, okay, happy Sunday. I hope everyone's been having a good weekend. I started my longer weekend getting some kanafe and baklava. But I think I still have some shopping chores to do later. And then I started watching Free Ren earlier this evening, so that's one of the things I am most definitely going to do once I end stream, because I'm busy. I really like the story so far, and I also am like a big sucker for like analyzing world's magic systems, because I'm like, what is your magic system about? I'm going to like investigate it. Midnight mass. Are we really going to have mass at midnight? You know, I don't hate this. I think, oh, I need to put buttons. I was like, you know, this isn't bad. It's definitely long. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Oh my gosh, this song is so lit. Congratulations. Now you'd be like, gang. Gang, 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 gang. Midnight Mass is for special holidays. Is tonight a special? Sorry, not tonight. Is today a special holiday? What is the special holiday, Citrona? Please tell us, since you're our liminal Catholic / Catholic expert here. Oops. I did not mean to delete all that with my eraser. I know people have also been playing the new Deltarune chapters. Okay, I have mainly been avoiding spoilers, which is cool. I did allow myself to get spoiled on one thing from my partner White, because he finished Deltarune's chapter 3 and 4 in one stream as soon as it came out for like, I think it was like a 15-hour stream, and I was like, honey. He wanted to show me his favorite character, and I was like, okay. And then he did. Like I said no, and then later I was like, okay, you can show me. And then he showed me his favorite character, and I was like, yeah, okay. I see. Not in like a bad way, but I was just like, oh wow, I, I was very confused, I guess, to put it lightly. I think it's just been a while since I played Undertale, Deltarune at all, that I'm just kind of like, oh. It has very much not occurred to me how character designs and stuff are, and just how this game is in general. I think Undertale / Deltarune and like Ina have had like really interesting impact on internet culture and how younger people perceive their media stuff and what aesthetics and stuff become popular. And I got to see that firsthand when I was doing OST composing jams crunch time session earlier this year too. Like seeing some of the music that people made and some of the like origins that they did for like um for their video game concept was really interesting, because it was kind of like, oh, it was like, huh, there's like a lot of young people and you really get to see like what influences people and like their soundtracks and stuff. Like there's someone who had Final Fantasy as their inspirations for stuff, and it was kind of like, oh. And you had a lot of people who did more retro stuff, and it was really interesting to see. I think this button needs to be a little more compressed because of the angling. Clip Studio, please. Oh, saving recovery information. Okay, I get it. Thank you. Stop the heart attack. I was gonna say, should I make the 7 buttons, but maybe it's 6. We're removing 1, but then 6 is like the devil's number. But why is it 6? Why is my computer suddenly pooping slow? What is happening? I need to make this slower. Maybe if I can find time to research and not draw again. Okay, hold on. Hold on, Bessies. Let me finish drawing these buttons. This is what I get for making alternate world history world and shit. I had to think about things like dead saints' bones being relics and shit, and magic and religion and whatever. Grumble, grumble. This is where we do a flashback to earlier in stream where Bonnie said, I think twice, I hate anthropology, I hate religion. Anyway, I hope everyone's having a good weekend, and I hope y'all aren't thinking about religion. Unless you are. Or you have mass this upcoming Sunday. In which case, I hope you enjoy your mass. Question mark. Oh, you know, I think I should also envision them having like gloves as part of their uniform wear. Anyway, let me go to see if me having a lot of tabs open on Firefox is trying to kill me. What was I going to search up? Did I say out loud what I was going to search up? What was I going to say? What was I going to search up? Oh, the devil's number. Devil's number. It's 666. Why is it? Why is it the number of the beast? Most things have mass given they take up space. Okay. Thank you, Brooke. I appreciate that. Thank you for reminding me since I forgot, I guess. I guess I just forgot even though I had my degree in physics and stuff. Very good. Okay, hold on. Let's see. The number of the beast is described in Revelation. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast. What if I just switched 7 and 6 so that... Wait, why is 7 lucky? 7 lucky number. It's considered lucky in Western culture. But like, why? Classical antiquity? The number 7 had mystical and religious significance in Mesopotamian culture by the 22nd century BCE, and was likely because in the Sumerian sexagesimal number system, dividing by 7 was the first division which resulted in infinitely repeating fractions. Okay, interesting. You dislike religion, but their garb is very attractive in your opinion? Yeah. I was telling Citrona because after we watched Conclave this past Thursday, Citrona was like, oh my gosh, can we like buy clergy apparel? And I was like, no. But I have been meaning to look at this for world building purposes. This is why Catholicism is peak. You cannot deny their sauce. I go eat your communion wafers. Ugh. I'm drinking water. You love a statue, it has to be so. What? Are you talking about Pieta? Or something else? Or I guess, why is 7 used so much in Christianity? Okay, fine. They can keep their number 7. Okay, fine. Because they're afraid of 6. Stop. Which I need to go back to the number of the beast and figure out why they put 666. Is there a reason why? Numerical significance. The numerical value given to the beast referred to the year. Jehovah's Witnesses believe that the beast identified the world's unified government in opposition to God. Okay. Let's go back. Okay. Reddit, why 666? I'm not gonna watch a video right now, thank you. Evidence that 666 might actually be a mistranslation of 616. Numeric values of Nero's name in Hebrew add up to 666. Emperor Nero. Roman Emperor, right. Wasn't there like a Roman emperor that had like a weird dining table, dining something? I feel like this is like vaguely mentioned some time ago, but I don't remember what it was specifically, and now I don't remember what it was. Oh, Domitian Dinner of Death. Black Banquet. Okay, awesome. Not right now though, because I'm gonna get distracted from doing Christianity numerology right now. Six. Okay, 6. 6. Nero. Okay, well, what's Dairy Girls? Dairy Girls. British produced period teen sitcom. Synopsis. As they navigate their teenage years during the end of the Troubles in Derry. From the late 1960s to 1998, and they all attend a Catholic girls' secondary school. I mean, don't we also need to watch Violet Evergarden? Because I said I never watched that. We're adding to our list again. Okay, people are gonna get fingerless gloves so they can be like slutty religious soldiers. What does my fingerless glove look like? Oh, this is like half a glove too. This is not fingerless. I think it covers the knuckles. Knuckles. Thinking about Flapjack now. Oh, I'm gonna accidentally put 2500 in that. Just gonna put in 100% opacity. I think I should just move these into like their folders with them, actually. Like, it'll be fine. And then I'll just erase what is not visible on the mannequins. Okay, well, in any case, should I just keep 7? Like, I made this like 7 buttons instead, you know? Right, I have to erase the fact that I wrote foot instead of drawing an actual foot on the mannequins. Right, of course I did. Did I draw the boots, okay? Into the layer you go, thank you. Oh, the rest of the legs, right? And the foot. The foot! Okay, okay. You know, I don't hate it. I don't think I need to get like overly detailed with it, but we can do some additional stuff if I like tidy up just like actually adding like colored trim like these do. I think it would be good to have other iterations. I'm gonna make another one called 3, so you can base it on some other religious garb. Question mark. Oh, I did not clean up the mannequin on this one very well. Ha ha ha. So messy. Wow. Let's duplicate this mannequin, put it in here. I'm moving you over. Oh, you have nothing on you. Okay. Like, wow, this mannequin has nothing. Amazing. Can I... Uh... Oh, it's because I'm just centering them. Duh. I'm so stupid. Okay. I was like, why is it doing that? Oh. Okay, well, I need better photos than what I have for the... Okay. I only remember Miko. I don't remember what the other names were. See if I can get another rough idea and then I can end stream. Either go to sleep or watch more freerun. Yeah. Hi Muffin, hello. Happy Sunday. Well, female shamans and Filipino animism. Anushi, there you go. I was like, I can't remember what the name is for the actual typical name was for the priests. Please continue. Thank you, YouTube Music. Wow, there's a random ask me an AMA on Reddit for a female Kanushi. I'm back. I'm back in town, baby. Listen up, baby. It's been a long day. Joes. Right, Kariginu. Kariginu. Back in town. Big baggy pants. Not necessarily baggy though. I wonder how I can work off of this. We can start with and hello timer. I am going to keep ignoring you. I'm sorry. Ignore the foot for now until I figure out what to do with said foot. Or footwear specifically. There's a Clip Studio app thing about Kariginu. Oh, this is great. This layering and stuff. Thinking about how much this would apply depending on how prevalent Catholicism would be. Does that make sense? But I would also expect other countries to still have their own choice of traditional garb for their soldiers and stuff. Da, 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 da. Oh, that's elaborate. I'm going down a rabbit hole of army uniforms now, which, I mean, makes sense for what I'm doing, but I'm the coldest. Maybe we don't need a different outfit. In which case, I should more focus on other alternates for overall uniform. What? Boot pants with the top change, maybe? Should I look at Catholic Christian wear again? Keep it classy. Under pressure, body sweating, can you focus? I deliver, I can promise I'm the coldest. Just close your eyes, breathe in and visualize. I'm going down a. Oh, I was looking at again uniforms of the Imperial Japanese Army, and then down in accessories Hachimaki, and then it goes to Takeru Kobayashi, who is a retired Japanese competitive eater. So I'm like, oh, okay, now I'm definitely starting to go off track. Tonight it's all about me. Da, 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 da. This fascinating stuff to look at. What am I supposed to do? Oh, pomodoro number 7. The wiki hole can be dangerous. Yes, it can. Okay. French Army uniform. Uniforms. British Army. Take it easy, no stress. Huh. Mass dress uniform. War. I think I would be damned if I tried to give a skirt for a battle uniform, and I definitely will not. Did you do a variation of this with shorts? Would it be sensible to have shorts as part of a uniform? I'm thinking over the logistics of it. You know. It looks mighty. Around. Baby, hold on. Dynamite. It's my. Are you ready for this? Take it easy, no stress. The night ever just dance. There be cuffs on sleeves, maybe. I can do some additional exploration on this outfit also. Then we do this. Then I guess the shorts would be much looser. They would probably still be like almost knee level. And if they're looser, I would have them go down lower, like so maybe. What exactly did I do with this knee? You're looking at this knee like, huh. What exactly is happening with this? You're back? Welcome back, laddie. That was fast. I hope you're all safe from driving. Do you consider yourself a good driver, laddie? Are you safe? Keep on moving. Come on, run it round, run it round, run it round. It's sweet and yum. It's sweet and yum. So coming in, it's sweet and Okay, then we do erasing. Get a nice spotlight. Na, 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 na. Keep on moving. Come on, run it round, run it round, run it round. Oops. Bring that back. There we go. After erasing. It's sweet and yum. It's sweet and yum. So coming in. It's sweet and Should I be putting pockets on these? I don't know if I like the cuffs on the top. I also don't know if I like the shorts with the boots, actually. You think so? But sometimes the Los Angeles driver in you kicks in? What does that mean? like, like the slow, anxious kind of LA driver, or like the LA road rage kind of driver? Because they're two vastly different things. I'm a little concerned now. Oh, thank you, Milo. I will hydrate and stretch and save. Also, thank you for the follow. I hope you continue to enjoy your time here in Little Space. I think my voice is starting to get strained. Oh, you just got aggressive when you gotta switch lanes? Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Well, that's great to know. I think. Okay. It's not that bad, you swear. I sure hope we never meet in person in a way that I have to see your driving. I mean, oh, I mean, uh, oh, it'd be so cool to experience your lane switching aggressiveness. I mean, I feel like, especially with changing lanes, especially when it's like high traffic time, you definitely don't have much of a choice but to be like super aggressive for sure. Changing lanes can be like really fucking annoying. Oh, I should add like a seam or like a bottom seam here. Or I don't remember there's a proper term for it in clothing, but here, because obviously the fabric will be folded inward, so there isn't like a rough edge of the fabric. No, do I do pockets on the main uniform? I feel like it'd be sensible to do that. Some of these pockets are on like the breast area of the thingy. Like, what about other armies? Bitch, I ain't see where the pockets are gonna be. Oh, these ones have it on the breast also. Okay, well, JK. Uniforms of... Okay, sure, let's go to Britain and see what happens. Some of these uniforms have like so much trim on them. Here, I'll download this so I can put it on the board so y'all can see it. Or on the canvas, I mean. Download into the Catholicism folder, which doesn't make sense. I'll just go into folder. Get in there. Look how much gold trim is on that. Like, what is also horses? Usually though, you're a good boy. Sometimes you have to drive your friend, who is very road sensitive to the airport. So you gotta drive real peaceful. Peaceful, huh? So you're saying that your norm isn't peaceful, is what you're telling me. I'm kidding. Can you ask what gave me the inspiration for the design of my personal, my Sona specifically, you mean? I'm sorry, Luddy. It is very easy to be evil to my friends. My Sona? Okay. I guess you'd want to know just in general. So I guess I can get into both the details on like, okay, hold on. Let's jump back in time really quick to 2022. Uh, so, um, 2022 was when I properly debuted as Bonnie, and that was when I first conceptualized the design. So there's like a lot of context to this. So let's just briefly go all the way back to high school. So that's like 10 years ago. Um, 10 years ago was when I was doing game dev as a hobby. So that was me playing around with RPG Maker to make my own silly little video game to put self-insert and do inserts of my friends into, because why not? Um, and because of that, that would be like the start of me having some sort of Sona in the form of a character I could put into a video game or some sort of world and envision them as a character in said video game. So with powers, and eventually it got to the point in the upcoming years leading up to my debut where I was envisioning um, my Sona in some sort of video game or world where superpowers are prevalent as having superpowers of the fire element at some point. At some point, it became the fire element. And so in 2022, that year, I was finishing up some additional college classes and doing some amount of introspection and business branding, figuring out stuff as part of some classes I took. Um, I the focus I had was creating some sort of design or character that was a lot more meaningful to me. Um, and so some of the initial things I kind of grappled with like figuring out was like um was thinking of what the wording I'm looking for is. Tackling the idea of the conscious versus the unconscious. And I think games like Omori, I think Omori came out in like in 2020. Okay, wow. I thought of a lot earlier than I remember. Um, the idea of grappling with your subconscious, your unconscious, some amount of the ego, superego, and id, and is it Jungian psychology specifically? I don't think it's. Let me check. It mentions the ego, but also mentions the persona and shadow, which is different. Ego, id, super ego. Whose theory is this? Sigmund Freud. Thank you. Um, so creating kind of like, also because I was inspired by Persona series in general, just from middle school, just having the idea of like having a unconscious, subconscious version of myself, and that could be very distinctly portrayed or more somewhat portrayed close to myself, but not as distinct. So the first design of the uh, the first ever depictions of what Bonnie would be from 2022 is this, taking some elements of what my previous elements of stuff looked like back from like before I started debuted properly as Bonnie. So you can see how this eventually turned into my first proper PNG tuber when I debuted as Bonnie. So this is a lot more human with sudden random element of fire elemental to kind of represent it's part of me human wise, but there's a less human aspect to it. You know, it's more raw, instinctual as the subconscious or unconscious thoughts may be. And eventually I iterated on this more, so we eventually got to a more proper design where I had a tail. I had a more detailed design that was more meant to be kind of closer to like a demon, to kind of try to get more in tune with like a monstrous-esque subtly monstrous design. It's right here. And then yeah, I think that's basically like the base premise of it all. Um, me associating with the element of fire, me wanting to grapple with subconscious and unconscious and use kind of my sona to depict that with Sigmund Freud's ego, superego, and id. And then more the current outfit that we have for this version 3 is also symbolic to some extent. So if I pull out our reference board that I very crudely assembled like last year, you can see the colors. There's kind of a duotone here. You can see on the socks, there's the blue and then the more fuchsia color, and it's in the sleeves too. Ugh, burpee. In one of the pieces that I made last year, that shows both the human and fire elemental versions of myself, and I loaded the Clip Studio file, and that apparently is really big because it's taking a while to load. If you look here, you can notice that there's a subtle difference in the there is a subtle there's additional, so the colors on our sweater are different. And so the coloring of the outfit itself is also meant to lend to the idea that we're two minds in one body, and that we're kind of represented as two actual separate entities of the mind to kind of represent the way that the superego and the id interface with each other. So the blue side being more smoky, and the fuchsia side representing Bonnie instead. You know, I thought it was maybe a dissociative identity disorder theme and not just conscious subconscious theming. No, it's definitely more of a ego, super ego, id, conscious versus subconscious slash unconscious desires. So the way you can kind of divide Bonnie and Smokey could be illusions versus reality, logic versus emotions, super ego versus id, the conscious versus the subconscious. So both as a way to portray that, but the sonas also kind of work as a way for me to they're kind of like my therapy inserts. That's not the right word, but it kind of also helps me in a way to kind of sift through my own thoughts, coping mechanisms, my own patterns that I have for doing things, and mapping it out to these two and kind of analyzing like, hey, these feelings and stuff, or like these selection of feelings, or those selections of actions that I do, I kind of trace back as to like what parts of my minds, what sequences in my minds are activating, causing this and that to happen. Like whenever I get like depression or anxiety, it's mostly because those things happen because of Smokey representing the logic side, meaning that I'm overthinking things and letting things overwhelm me so much that it causes an emotional response. Or things like me being angry or happy as a first response is because Bonnie has that as like their muscle memory immediate response to something. And sometimes that can include things like suddenly I'm just randomly angry, and that's just my emotions are just reacting first, and I have to like take a moment to like logically think about why these emotions are happening and what is creating said things to happen. So yeah. There's a lot of layers to me picking out my Sona. And I'm one of the people who only really have one true Sona. Or I guess two Sonas, if depending on how you consider us, really. But it's a matter of I want to divide the way I think in ways that can help me digest things better, but also acknowledge that they're still a part of me and they still and separate, they cannot fully compose, they cannot fully represent who I am as an individual. Yeah. I'm gonna drink some water because that was a lot of yapping. Thanks for sharing. You don't have a Sona yet, so it's interesting to see how people make their own. Yeah. I love talking about lore and world building stuff, and my personal Sona stuff is a whole different level of what that is supposed to be, so, you know. It gives me a lot of room to play with symbolism too, because one of the other things I really like tackling, hold on, YouTube music. Okay, it's just Eusexua. Okay, Eusexua has a quiet intro. I feel like I'm gonna burp for the water I just had. It was about to be 4 hours of stream. Well done. Good job, me. I think these ones I had it. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go back to number 1 and put pockets on these. Good job, long stream. Thanks. 4 hours isn't that usually that long for me though. I just don't want to stream that long nowadays. I think the other thing is sometimes you can play with the ways your characters are depicted for some fun stuff. Sometimes you might find things that work for your character, for your Sona also after the fact of creation. I also wanted to have a more monsters type. I wasn't necessarily going for like I want to look unique or anything, more so than just I wanted this Sona to be. Well, it's also funny because Bonnie is easy to draw, at least headwise, but it's fun to think of expressions for Bonnie. Well, Bonnie's face can be expressive, but it's also fun to think of ways to make the flames aid that expression. Um, and then the other thing is making a kind of monstrous form of myself. I get to have a lot of fun juxtaposing human versus kind of demon or monster, but representing my truer emotions, like my love for things, like these raw, beautiful human emotions through a character that is depicted as what could stereotypically be seen as a monster or a demon, and instead having the logic side be represented through Smokey, who is shown to be human instead in form, but depicting things that logic can take me in, like my anxiety, my overthinking, um, some of the evils that can come with certain lines of thinking and depicting those as malevolent or malicious, but depicting it with a human guise, I think puts a different light into what we consider quote unquote human or humane and what we consider inhumane. Like, if we as people are able to do things like wage wars against other, discriminate, um, cause harm to others, be unfaithful to those that we love, um, things that are supposed to be part of the normal human experience. What does that really say about us as humanity versus the things that are so integral to us, like happiness and building up community that other animals do, but not necessarily all these other things that we do as humanity, right? So that's another thing that I found to be really enjoyable in having this kind of juxtaposition of a human and then a non-human form. Are we going to bring up Sona Cloud Prism Mirror talk again? No, we don't have to. Thank you. Good job, short stream. Thanks. You do RP as other characters pretty easy understanding other characters, but understanding the self-through of Sona is a lot harder for you. Yeah, I understand it a lot. I think it takes a lot of like introspection and like figuring out what makes you tick and stuff, and that's a really lengthy thing and can be akin to like whenever you have mental health issues, it takes a lot of, just time and introspection. And I see a lot of lines that need to be erased in this. It really is just a lot of introspection that's needed, and that's like I bring up therapy because therapy is one of those things that um, mediates for something like that, for you to look inward upon yourself, kind of look at things like why does this and that cause you to feel this or that way. Um, and it can be really difficult to do that if you're not really accustomed necessarily to self psychoanalysis. That's why you compartmentalize yourself into a bunch of guys to RP with. Okay, well, there you go. That's Citrona. Um, hold on. What button should I put this under? I'm gonna close this and these. I think starting places can always be like, are there things symbolically that you resonate with? Like, I chose fire. And I think fire made sense for me symbolically because I think about it a lot as like fire. Well, point one, I think of fire as a lot as something that you are able to suffocate and limit oxygen to, preventing it from burning. But we have to remember that fire gives us warmth. Fire is used for things like cooking, and it can bring people together. Fire can be destructive too if you let it grow out of control. And that's what I choose to do with. That's what I chose for my kind of representative element and thus important aspect of my subconscious, because fire to me represents both the fact that I can bring warmth to other people. Not that I should necessarily be viewing myself as a tool to other people, but like acknowledging that I have an important role in forming communities and bonds with other people, while also recognizing that there are times when I can burn too bright, but it should not necessarily it should not be my job to suffocate my own flame to account for other people. There's obviously a limit to how much that can get out of hand, but I shouldn't have to fully suppress myself for others, basically. And so, like, for furries, for example, for people who have fursonas, um, sometimes when it can be very difficult to pick out a an animal for the species you wish your persona to take on. I myself don't even have persona because I haven't been able to find the one animal that 100% I align with compared to any other. I have had multiple choices that I've thought about that would work well, but I've never been able to pinpoint one exact thing versus me choosing fire elemental in comparison. Start hybridizing. Even then, again, with the hybridizing, it's like you need to get started somewhere, which is always the more difficult part is. Yeah, sorry. It's in my mouth. Okay. Finding a good starting point for what symbolically could be good reference for you can be a lot to think about. Sometimes maybe a sona doesn't need to necessarily be as deep, but you still want it to be something that you enjoy, resonates with you. Maybe it's something that you think represents the true aspect of yourself, or maybe something that represents something that you truly wish to be. I think we can make this thinner, actually. Hold on. There's no right or wrong in trying to figure out what fits you. Take your time. You can do something simple as ask your friends what animal think represents you best. Or a monster that represents you best, maybe. Um, you just made yours based on what you think looks cool, and you picked an animal you feel sort of close to, a possum, because you know you'll never find a perfect match. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. As long as it's important to pick something that you resonate with, even if that something is just you like the animal. Um, and sometimes the sona doesn't have to go deeper than that, but it depends on like what you think you'd want your sona to do or what you want your sona to portray. So sometimes even just picking a simple animal without thinking about it too much will have some more implications that you might not necessarily be intending on it having those implications, but it can oftentimes have it just based on like associations and stuff. Some of the aspects or features I added to Bonnie later after initial designing were definitely a lot more of like, this looks cute, I want to add it as a physical feature, because I already had like the core thing, the core lore built up more so than anything. So like things like tail, for example, I was like, I want a tail because it'll be cute and silly. Stuff like that. And then again, it's like one of those things where it's like, oh, it just kind of adds. Because then I get like, I don't have horns specifically, although it would be helpful, but it does a little bit more add to kind of like demon devil sort of like imagery, which is great because I do like demonology. Although me diving into it is like a whole other story, and I have not gone around to doing anything like that. Although it'd be fun. It's so hard to tell if I'm making this look correct because it's crazy ass perspective I decided to work with and destroy myself with. Thank you, me. Thank you. Awesome. I'm gonna extend it this way instead because I don't want to stretch the top flap also. I was about to speak more and then I saw the ad break and I was like, okay, I'm going to wait now. It's weird how adding the pockets more so makes this look even more like a military outfit. I don't know why, but for some reason that actually works. Are we going to play Big Walk when it comes? What is Big Walk? Sorry, I don't know if I recognize what that is. Maybe we can keep the cuffs if we do... Huh. If we had the pockets, then maybe the cuffs on the sleeves would be normal. Walking sim co-op game. Big Walk. So incredible. Big Walk. Who's this by? I forgot I'm logged into Steam, so I can actually wishlist stuff here. Publisher Panic, developer House. Oh. Oh, they made Untitled Goose Game. Oh. Huh. Actually, this would be cute, huh? Not the wit. Why is it similar to the witness? Stop. Yeah, that's pretty cute. Okay. I mean, I guess we can play it. I don't see why not. It seems cute for like a collab or something. We can do it for like scaling collab. Shooting star alert coaster, right. Earning fighter any color, so incredible. Actually, let me add. First, let me merge this because that's fine now. To this. See what it looks like. I'm here, my dear. Yeah, I think it's fine with the pockets now added. I think it feels a lot more whole, I guess. Bullshit tour guide in it? Oh my god. Yours is an opossum with scars and gashes across its body because it's a zombie. Because of your chronic tiredness and ADHD, you feel like a zombie. And it also has all the piercings you want to get because that's your ideal version of yourself physically. Goat eyes because their gaze is intense and people have told you you stare too much. Oh, okay. Thank you for describing your Sona. It's a little deeper than that, but that's just a few things. No worries. Thank you for sharing. I think it helps out for other people to like kind of share what they've done or like what they've envisioned for Persona, no matter like what aspect of it is, right? I think my Sona also comes around with some aspect of me. I think like literally was it 2023 that came out as a gender? I think 2023, right? Because I made the piece, yeah. So I think me also choosing Fire Elemental was kind of me being like, I don't want to be limited by your stupid human ideas of gender. I think that was a big thing also. That was kind of also like a how I physically see myself ideally as not human. Like more embracing it, I guess, more so than people being like, you're not human, you know? I really like the idea of like having all the piercings that you'd want to get. I don't know if I would ever get tattoos, but I think it'd be very fascinating to like envision Bonnie with like I feel like tattoo sleeves are pretty cool. I mentioned it before to like my friends. I think tattoo sleeves are pretty cool. I would not get tattoos, and I do not know how my pain tolerance would be for getting tattoos anyway. But I do think tattoo sleeves conceptually are pretty cool. You just got Kitty. It's been so hard to stream with the actual Citrona model lately because of that too. You also see yourself as not human. Uh, you do try to specify your golem a masterless golem. You don't want to be human, but you don't want to be some homemade slave either. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really wanna like elaborate more on how my two Sona aspects or two Sonas just generally work, and how they operate in regards to one each other. I like mentioned like randomly like way like within the past few years, not jokingly, that Bonnie and Smokey are abusive to each other, and it's not to be edgy or cringe or anything, but remember earlier I mentioned that Bonnie and Smokey are supposed to be representative of aspects of the mind, right? And when your mental health isn't the best or your emotional health isn't the best, sometimes aspects of your mind can hinder other parts of your mind, right? There's a reason why obviously people that are depressed can't shower or brush their teeth normally or are hindered in a lot of other things like going to school, doing work and things like that. And similarly, having things like anxiety and stuff can hinder you from doing other things. You can start kind of doing things like having bad mechanisms to deal with situations. What's the term I'm looking for? You might suppress your own feelings by putting yourself down. Um, you might be getting angry or sad at yourself, and you might start putting too much blame on yourself. Um, So I wouldn't necessarily, I guess more accurately, that my two sonas aren't abusive to each other, but they do have conflict and clashes that are meant to reflect how the ways that our minds can get twisted and turned into pretzels um, when we're going through troubles, right? But that aside, I think more importantly, it's the point I wanted to say is more I want to, as much as I say that I have the human aspect, I really want to drill in more on how they're not. The human does not mean human in our normal context, and there's a little bit more kind of malevolence or ill. I don't know what the word I'm looking for is here, but more human does not mean normal. Human should not does not mean typical in that case, basically. You have one tattoo, and it's somehow worse than people would told you it would have been, but also better, like an irritated cat scratch to you. Oh, oh, like when the feeling of pain and stuff when you got the actual tattoo for your sessions. I see. I unfortunately don't own pets. I would love to have a cat, but I need to make sure I have stable income and stuff, and I would be worried. Well, I know they're usually solitary enough to maybe not be too bothered, especially since it's not like I'm out for like all do I'm like for like it's not like I'm out 12 hours a day, but I'm still I think mainly more so money, and then also I think my parents also be like and it's like it's just a cat, it'll be fine, it's a pet, friend, family member, but it's a cat. So I haven't been scratched by an animal, or I've been gently gnawed on by a dog who was toothing, which is honestly really cute. Which I think also comes with the fact that if you're actually knowledgeable about how certain animals act and how their behaviors work and stuff, then you're kind of just like, okay, you're just doing this. Although it's really funny when people still anthropomorphize their pets and they're just like, my cat's being an asshole. And it's like, so let's talk about their behaviors and let's talk about how cats usually behave. You know? Mm, okay, I think uniform concepts being done. Oh, hello, Espa. Espa again? Is this the English version? It is. I was like, why is Espa Whiplash playing again? Sally is actually being an asshole, though. She's the exception. Okay. Fair enough. I'm gonna pause our timer now, turn it off. Have I accidentally walked through a thorn bush? It's like that, but with a little lemon juice on it. Oh. I don't think I've ever accidentally walked through a thorn bush before. But that's an interesting reference. Okay. I can like imagine. I can not visualize, but I can imagine the sensations of walking through the thorn bush and then imagine the additional pain of the lemon juice on it. Since my imagination skills of sensations are really strong. I don't know why that is. Vivid imagination stuff. Um Also dancers, maybe it's some additional muscle memory in that, but yeah. You want to get so many tattoos but expensive, and also all the artists you want tattoos from are not local. It's okay, Citrona, I'll give you a tattoo with a Sharpie. I'll make it say, Silly Little Poo Poo Lord the Third. Okay, I think let's go ahead and wrap up stream. I want to watch one more episode of Free Ren before I go to sleep tonight anyway. I think Firefox music is still cool. Let's go ahead and move over here. Thank you everyone for chilling with me. I appreciate the company. I know I got distracted more by talking about Catholicism and stuff in Catholicism more so than getting any outfit stuff drawn, but at least I got stuff drawn. Okay, I'm missing a seam line on the pants, but whatever. I do like it. I do think, if anything, I would love to. I want to draw outfits specifically for my OC. So, what Bonnie's specific outfit would be for Weiss next. Mostly just because I have their body sketches done, and I can just use that. Your cousin is a tattoo artist. Nice. That's cool. What the heck? Should you also watch Free Run? It's up to you. I mean, it's again, it's definitely not what you would have wanted since you were thinking it was going to be Violet Evergarden. I personally like it. Um, I think the world building seems cool so far. I mean, do you want to watch the first episode with me tonight and see if you like it or not? Because I'm okay rewatching it with you. Okay. Imagine we stay up until 3 a.m. again. I won't complain, but I'll still be like, God damn it. Anyway, let me go ahead and wrap things up for the stream. Thank you everyone for chilling here in Liminal Space. If you enjoyed your time here at the end, maybe don't already follow, maybe consider following. I will be only doing art streams. I usually do a variety of streams, but right now we're only doing art streams because of VTuber SummerSlam and Art Fight coming up. So I really want to do and reference sheets and world building stuff because I'm doing a lot of world building work. Hi Mika, thank you for getting your stampy. Um, I do have a Discord server if you want to get my stream schedule updates because that's the only place I ever put it. There is a new Discord server for my unofficial official stream team called Scaling. It's different from the one that I'm on an actual Twitch stream team for, but it is like the OG group of streamer friends that I've known. Um, I need to make the command for it and make the proper global invite, but I will hopefully have that by the next stream. But we have a proper community server on Discord, and that is for me, for Citrona, for Mika, for Bones. So we will have that soon, or we will have the link. We should be officially opening it up now. Yes, I just am been too lazy to make the global link, even though it's fucking really easy to do so. I could literally do it right now if I wanted to, but I do want to wait until I make the command for it, but we all have access. I think we should all be able to make the invites anyway. But in any case, yeah. If you want to check out my art or music, if you go to my link tree, you can find my Bandcamp, my Blue Sky, my Tumblr, my Instagram. I think my SoundCloud is linked. It might not actually be. Hold on. Link tree. I need to put SoundCloud on there. Anyway, I also code my own chatbot and stuff, so I have silly things like this funny little in-game gacha text game, or in-chat gacha text game, and then I also have wait for you to get your stampies. Get your stampies. Let me see if I can send y'all out to someone. Twitch.tv. Who's streaming? A lot of peeps are streaming. Um, Actually, since we were doing an art stream, I'll try to be a little more consistent for once. I never do this. I never send people to the same category of stuff. But we'll go ahead and send everyone over to someone that we rated before, Bread Botnick. They do 3D art and 2D art stuff. We rated him only once before. But let's go ahead and rate him again, because I haven't really been back to streams since, and I do feel bad about that. It's been a lot harder for me lately to actually like sit in some people's streams, or I've been, but I've been like not able to like talk. I've been more lurky, and it's been kind of like I shouldn't like push myself necessarily, but I'm also like I do want to like talk with people, you know. In any case, here's our raid message. It's going to be our default one. If you don't have a subscription to put one of my sub emotes at the end, you can still go ahead and get one of my sub emotes to use temporarily across Twitch. If you go into power ups and rewards, choose an emote to unlock for 80 channel points. You can choose one of my, I believe, static tier 1 Twitch emotes to use across Twitch for 24 hours. So if you could put any of my sub emotes of your choosing at the end of that raid message, I would appreciate it. Yeah, well, go ahead and say hi to this cozy beer. It looks like they're specifically working on a 3D chibi model of some sort. It's really cute, I must say. So let's go ahead and say hi. Hold on, let me get the raid started. Cool. I appreciate you all. I give you all 4 head kisses. Mwah, 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 mwah. Thank you to Gangster, Kelsey, and Bane for the raids. Thank you in general to Citrona, Toad, EB, Milo, Machina, Life is Fun-ish, Gangster, Nunhofer Art, Vapor Skull, Laddie, Kelsey, Lokiri, Bane, Hedgie, Ray, Rook, Ultra Strength, Trans, Mask, Goblin, Muffin, and Mika. Anyone else that was lurking also? Actually, did I miss saying hi to Hedgie when Bane raided over? Oh, I'm sorry. I hate that when that happens, and I'm like, wait a minute. But yeah, thank you everyone again for chilling with me. Next stream may be Monday. Usually my Mondays would be music Mondays, but again, I want to focus on art. Have this outfit stuff, and I have my reference sheet to update. So we'll see what I get around to doing. I've been working on some world building stuff off stream also art wise, so that's been helpful. But yeah, and I think next week I'll start actually enforcing 9 p.m. start times instead of 8:30, and seeing how that goes for me, or if pushing it back just makes me start even later, because it has happened before and it's really funny in a bad way. Anyway, let's go say hi to Breadbotnik